AI offering from Microsoft. Just a brief introduction of myself before we start the ride. My name is Oluwaseyi Oluwawumiju. I'm one of Microsoft most valued professional from Africa. I'm also a Microsoft certified trainer, and I lead the team of Microsoft trainers in West Africa. I am a consultant. I have experience cutting across several sectors, and I've been doing that for some few years, like 20 years. And I'll be your anchor today. I lead so many leader group in West Africa, especially in Nigeria, where we try to pioneer the use of Microsoft technology as a means of empowering people from the grassroots. So, so getting to what our expectation would be, I tap it into uh three different areas which I am expecting everybody to get from my talk in the next 30 minutes. One, uh, that Azure and Microsoft AI is usually untapped when we come to the potential in Africa. Now, Africa has been a call out for the past few years, for the past 6 years now. We notice so many people. Now, have you ever asked yourself, especially in Nigeria, despite the fact that we have a very, very good, I don't want to use the negative word of our government, of our environment, we still find people still coming to invest in Africa, and especially in Nigeria and West Africa. Why is that? Why are we still having people coming, even with all the slam of controversy all around us? But still, that shows us, and that indication make us have this understanding that there's still potential here. And that is why I'm saying there's some untapped potential that we can gain from Microsoft, especially when you use the offering of its organization has come to stay in Africa, and several of them require a way by which they can optimize their work, ensure they have speedy delivery. And to do that, they need something like an environment that can make them to do it. And that is one expectation I'm going to let you to know, and to help you to understand that in that particular field where we have such opportunity, we can leverage on it and actually use that to get yourself onboarded with a very strategic job. And in terms of creativity, in terms of boasting what we have and adopting technology, we still have a long way to go in Africa, and that's an opportunity for somebody that actually is in the tech space. Now, computing AI is a revolution, and whether we like it or not, this has come to stay. Now, it's now the issue we have right now is not about where you are from or where you reside. The context of technology today is that everybody is on the same playing ground, the same level. Whether you are from the branch of Bauchi or from a village in Adamawa, or you are from Lagos, or you are from Milan, or probably from London, the question is the skill you have in a remote site is a skill that promotes you, not just your location. So we are now in a global village that gives everybody an entitlement mentality. Everyone has a potential. So we are seeing this from the Microsoft perspective that we have so many opportunity out there. How we leverage on it is why we are here. So I have just a few minutes to wrap up this. And my four goals here. One is to tell you about digital transformation generally, what has happened in the world, why are we where we are today, And I'm going to bring my drive through Microsoft's own window to be able to enlighten us about what it takes for us to be able to actualize the skill. Because if you don't understand why you need the skill, you might not be able to understand the opportunity that is right before you. Then we're going to look at some hidden opportunity. We start from the Azure cloud. Now, Azure is Microsoft's own offering for cloud technology, where for now, Microsoft came in some years back and they are the second leading, if not first, in terms of the market share in terms of cloud offering all over the world. Then we are going to look at other things that we can also set our minds on. That means looking at the trend that we have now, which is the AI. AI is artificial intelligence. What are the hidden opportunity we can have through that offering on Microsoft? Then finally, we're going to look at some real world application, which just I'm going to talk you through it. Then I'll give room for question and answer. So digital transformation. Now, I sorry if you have been in my talk, I always bring this lady here. She's a professor, and her name is Professor Chika Eziobo. And Chika Eziobo was actually giving a tech talk sometime somewhere in the US. And when she was emphasizing on the pathway to be able to be adaptive to things that are crucial in life. He was trying to compare how education was brought to Africa, how adoption took place, and how long it took. Now, in her submission, she made it emphatically clear that most times, while we have so many gaps in terms of how Africa are actually being onboarded to education, was because the Europeans brought education to us, bringing their own culture, their own things as a leverage to train us. For example, if I'm in a class and somebody tell me A for Amala, it is very easy to stick because I eat Amala. I mean, if I'm the western side of Yoruba side. That was what Chika Izobu was saying. But when they came, they brought with A for apple. So throughout my talk here, I'll try to bring some adaptive scenario here that probably is very familiar if you're in Africa. I don't know where you are calling from, but I'll use my own scenario as a measure, as a map for which you can understand what I'm saying. So, a popular saying by a very great man, blessed memory, Nelson Mandela, he said, in the future we are looking at the two things he believed in before he died, and one of them is that he will never lose. All he needs to do is to be able to be at the forefront of change and also never lose, but to always keep learning. So in the age we have, we're in an age where learning and relearning is one skill that you cannot erase. And until you have that understanding, I tell you, we are in a volatile cloud era where things are constantly changing, things are constantly brought into perception. And for you to be able to get yourself out there, you must be always ready to acquire skill because the job market is no more segregated to someone in Europe or segregated to someone in South Africa. Everybody with a skill that have a technological skill can play out there. So now let's bring all this thing together. What am I saying? I'm saying now, just like Turner Test said some times ago when he was trying to compare the artificial intelligence to human. And he was saying that in order to bring intelligence into a convergence, most technology try to adopt human sense of thinking, human sense of understanding to pilot the artificial beings. That means even in AI environment, in an artificial environment, you are a focus here. Nobody is taking your job. People feel that when AI come into place, that most job will lost. Yes, if you are not relearning, like what Mandela said, but if you are constantly there, because the generative um, AI that we have here and other AI that is going to come out are actually prompting professional technologists to be able to prompt them to direction on how to actualize this skill. So in terms of skill set, we are in a time that we need to make a choice. Just as you can see here, we have several painting here. We have the green color, we have the yellow color, we have the white color, and sorry, the blue color and the red color. Each of them lead to a room, and each room lead to a destination. Whether you're in a data space, you need to now start acquiring skill. There are several things you can acquire in data space. You can be an analyst, you can be a scientist, you can be someone that use data, you can be someone that be in the infrastructure to get this data and place it there for people to be, because data now is now literally being used as a service. So these are skill set you can actually arrive at. So it's either you play this ball this way, you are like someone that want to go into the house and buy the house, or you be like someone that want to buy a land and build on that land, and that will take an extensive time from you. So each time we look at this, what we should know here that in the era we have a balance here. And that balance is that technology is actually the balance, the pilot to the next digital revolution, which we are now. And this is an AI revolution, and everybody have the right to play out here. So that's why you see so many things that OEM is pointing out, especially Microsoft, giving you challenges, ensure AI challenges to ensure you are all onboarded on this opportunity, which I'm going to reflect on before I close this afternoon. Now, everything that has happened in the past, from the time of printing press right down to automobile revolution, to internet, down to internet in 1980, going to the cloud in 2020. Now we are in the AI. The AI scenario is a scenario where everybody just need to acquire skill. So the first thing you need to do to place yourself there as a way by which you can be attractive, make sure that you acquire skill. Now, several things is happening over the way collaboration is being done now. No more in those days, everybody be confined to a particular environment to make our work done. But you can work from anywhere, because collaboration is you having a remote environment to be able to work. In the past, file sharing was a pain, but today file sharing is no more. Today, I'm talking to you through StreamYard. You might be somewhere in the US, somewhere in Europe, somewhere in Africa, somewhere in Port Harcourt. But the truth is that we are all coming together. People need to acquire skin on that space to be able to bring most people, especially industries, SMB, to be able to have a way to leverage with this new era, which is an era that is digital inclined. We also see that resources are dispersed all over the world now. No more shall we say that we are confounded in a place. No more shall we say before we get things done, we have to travel. You can have access to any information out there from your computer. Now, all this make us to see that there's a revolution, and that revolution is saying here today, as you are listening to me, that you are the person. No more in those days that technology is sided to one place. Technology is about people, you, I, everybody that is listening to me. We are supposed to now begin to look from our own perception. Am I a secretary? What should I do to be able to get into this new era? Acquire skill, get into computing. Not only get into computing, try to acquire skill to be able to understand how to leverage what you have. With your people understanding, you can use the technology as a balance. Every industry now is saying technology is their pilot, and you are the person that is running the show. So everybody has it, because the way things are now, everything is focused on the woman. You can see We are all focused here. Everybody is here. Human needs revolve to technology, which brings innovation. That innovation brings progress done. So generally, there's an amplification all over the world. You, I, everyone need to have this understanding. We have the power in our hand. Wherever you find yourself, there is a room to change. There's a room to be adaptive. There's a room to cut from where you are to skillful area. Insecurity, a lot of opportunity in Africa. We have less security professionals in Africa. How do you leverage on that? Get those skills, put yourself out there. And I can tell you, most story I've heard, most success story are built on people that have been able to get those skills and get themselves out there. The world has changed. So if you are still in the old age, you must know that there's a new way and there's an old way now. Now, the task is, how do we adapt to this? Now, several industry has looked at cloud technology, which why we are looking at some hidden world scenario there that makes it very important. One of them is that it's scalable. That means if I acquire the skill, I'll be able to get my customer, people that work for me, people that want to employ me to scale, people that want to innovate in their businesses. Every startup can come up and start their business. You can have cost cost revolution. It takes around enhancing what all these are like 9 reasons that can make you to look at it and say, I am going to get involved. Because today we have an enhanced security, we have flexibility in terms of use, in terms of scaling, we have multi-service offering that we have over there, and we have this continual growth that we have in this cloud and AI industry. So I can tell you in several things is happening. You can see all this is facing out, and we are looking at an era that can justify several billions of naira dollars. I mean, so this from the year Microsoft got into the cloud. You can see a huge amount that has been spent on the use of Azure and building services on Azure from 2017 to 2022, where this statistic was got, we have over 70, almost $80 billion that have been invested all over the world. And this is like a big cake, a national cake, a worldwide cake that everybody can buy from, not only someone in the US. And you can see from where this industry emerged from, right from retail down to hospitality to real estate, everybody is involved in this revolution. That means wherever you find yourself, the first thing you need to know where you are. Once you know where you are, start adapting to change, start adapting to new skill. And once you have that, you now begin to play out from any of these industries. So every industry is involved in the cloud revolution. Every industry. So now begin to look at some opportunity in Azure. So now, one thing about Azure, we're going to look at it from two different perceptions. One, as someone that want to build solution. Now, Azure has been created in the past to be able to um, enhance the use of uh, change that comes from your on-prem environment to the cloud environment. Now, the on-prem environment bring you to certain perception. And one of the perception you have from the on-prem environment is that all investment is capital intensive. Every money you need to buy a new server, any application you want to develop, you need to bring it down there. You need to pay for space if you don't have an office space. And all these require huge amount of investment. Well, Azure on its own has now brought a way where you can manage this cost, where you can actually pay for services as you go. And once you pay for that service, what it means is that there's opportunity for you to innovate. That means whether it's a small business, a large business, or someone that you need to talk to, and tell him that if you come to Azure, I can develop your environment. A tester, someone that develop application can play out in this field. Someone that is used to automation because of the dynamics of what we have in Azure. It's easy for you to onboard people. That skill is also necessary because there are several industries in this country that are actually still using the primitive way, and you need to onboard yourself to begin to tell them that you have the skill on this automation. Then you can have other things like security, which is like an hindrance in the past. But when you enhance with the Azure environment, you can have yourself there as um, one person that is required. So an example is what we see. This is statistics that happen in the banking industry in Asia, and you can see the growth, what digital transformation, cloud onboardment has brought into it from 1.3% in 2015 to 6.5. Although the banking system was revolutionized, people start working, there are so many banks now that don't even have infrastructure, they don't have building, but they are effectively working, they're effectively delivering. So what it means is that you are in era that you can't actually get into any skill set that is in the cloud enable and get yourself out there and get a job. Now, we're going to look at the AI side. Now, one thing we have to understand is that uh, significant change happened when AI AI has been around for a while, but several things was onboarded. And this now brings us to a point where I always talk about when I make my presentation that there is a need for prompt engineers. Now, in every field now, for example, ChatGPT came in, but ChatGPT is not a master brained AI solution, but is a master brain solution that needs someone to prompt him, that needs someone to enhance on the data he is mining for you, that needs someone that will be able to guide you through ability to be able to use what you have. And with Microsoft involving in OpenAI, they brought a lot of things in. You can now build solution through machine learning, high scale, not just minute scale. Whether you're a small business or you want to enlarge your business, you can actually use this. Then you have cognitive service that are out there creating solution that can help you to, like the cameras that can help you to pick information on the road, creating solution that can help you as an insurance man to create a solution with insurance policies, and they can actually get your car insured or anything insured at the time. So these are where you can also play. Now Microsoft now brought something we call Copilot. Now, Copilot is a scenario why, now I use an example of if you have ever flew through any airline. Now, one thing you have to understand about airline is that once you're about to go in, there are certain people that welcome you, talk. Now, the pilot actually is the one running the show. The co-pilot is the supporter. So the scenario of this generative AI is an hidden truth that tells us that as you want to use AI application, you need to direct that AI to know what to do. And that gives you an advantage if you become an engineer. Everybody can play in that field. That means you begin to help AI to generate direction, to prompt. Now we are saying that very soon um, coding will be seamless with Copilot, because with GitHub, even though when am zero in coding, I go to GitHub and I use my Copilot, I can generate a code and I can test that code and I can use that code. And that code will be perfect, because once I prompt the service of the AI give me information that can give me a prompt direction to use. Now you can imagine when you scale this set, you can imagine when you have this skill, how many people will be looking for you all over the world. So also we have other things like bot services, conversation to AI, and all these things are making us to see that we are in an era that change has come. Now, take a little step because of my time. When you go to the healthcare sector, the healthcare sector now is now being pioneered by the use of AI. Now, currently, most advanced hospitals all over the world are deploying AI as a means of communication, deploying AI as a means of rendering their service to their customer or their patient. Now, this tells you that that is a minefield for anyone anywhere in the world to be able to build his capacity and enjoy the services that you can get from there. So if you are looking at the health sector, you start looking looking into areas that you can build capacity on how to streamline the health sector, how to improve the automation system in your hospital. And when you acquire that skill, that makes you a unique person that cannot be avoided. Now, other things that we are looking at that is trending, which give us to bring us to the, as I talk about the the reward scenario, is in terms of embracing this vast technology, whether you are in the retail side where you want to build retail structure that can help you to improve your services, or you're already there and you want to get skill. When you have such skill in AI, it can improve it. Now, even in the data sector, whether you are from oil and gas, that is a mine of data. You can use the AI embodied in these services to improve the way you acquire the flow of your oil or flow of your gas. I was talking to a startup recently. She wants to go to a gas industry and the gas field, and she got the gas. And I was asking her, I said, there's a lot of way by which AI can help you here. Now, with Copilot, you can actually help your system using what we call Microsoft Power Apps. Using your normal phone, I don't have to be a very skilled programmer. I just need to use Power App. With Power App, I create an app for you. Once the receipt come, you take the receipt of the person that is buying, you capture it, you take the time it's being captured, the date, the gas meter, and immediately you send it to him, to her, which she's the owner. She'll be able to monitor and sell anywhere she is in the world. And that is the era we are, an era where time cannot be subjected, location cannot hold you down, where you are coming from cannot take away what you are. So, in nutshell, what I say, what I am promoting here is that you have the capability to go into this. First of all, check yourself, try to acquire skill. Once you acquire the skill, you you look at the skill set you want and ensure that the skill set you want is what you build for yourself and you run it, and that will help you to be able to understand what you want and how you want to get along with it. So this is the hidden truth that we have in the world. AI has come to stay. You need skill to be able to onboard, and you're in a competitive world, and you're in a level playing ground anywhere in the world to acquire this skill and to get yourself out there. There are jobs out there that require someone that want to take this decisive decision and be intentional on how he wants to go about it. I think my time is up. I'll just stop here if I've not gone beyond time, to see whether there's any question for me and I can take that.
Yes, there are questions for you. The
Okay.
first question, the first question is from Regia Roberts. What is the effect of data protection on working remotely from Nigeria as it concerns regulations like General Data Protection Regulation? So, what is the effect of data protection as it concerns regulations like General Data Protection Regulation?
Well, data protection actually emanates from the European, and we know that when it was launched, it affected everybody in the world. And recently, Nigeria has a data national data protection policy in the recent place, which have been put in place, which also help to protect you from any things that is actually defining the direction of this policy. So Nigeria has something in place. Now the question is how effective it is. I've not tested it out, but we have it out there. But we know that the GDPR, it's out there and it changed a lot of sequence of things. Now, if you have such thing in place, what it means is that your profile, your information is kept, and it cannot be abused or you cannot be exploited. And I think most remote job have that. If you are going for those that are registered one, those that have proper how do I call it, proper testimonial or testimony, then you see that you are protected from their end, and you also are guided from the government. But you have to read that law to be able to understand it. I hope I answered the question. Hello? Hello?
Yes, I think we can hear you, the moderator. Are you here, the moderator?
Hello?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you,
Okay,
but
okay.
I can't hear the moderator again.
Yeah, I hope he's still alive, though.
I think he's having a challenge with the network.
All right. So thank you very much, Mr. Oluwasei. And just like we discussed in the group, I'll probably have to reach back to you because I'm pretty sure that there are tons of people who are very much interested in Microsoft Azure, and with the whole AI thing coming up now, there are a lot of people who want to know how they can leverage Microsoft Azure and how they can really get to build their skills and of course make a lot of money from it. So thank you so much for this. Please let's keep in touch. And for those who have questions, please keep them coming. I would forward them and keep them for Mr. Oluwase. So our next speaker is going to be Julia Marcellus. I think Ifeanyi is back. Oh, so that means he is not dead yet.
I am not actually. Okay, I'm back. I had issues with my internet, so I'm back. Okay,
All right.
so our next speaker is Julia Marcellos. I hope I got the pronunciation correct.
Yeah, you actually nailed it.
Okay, so
Most
you
people
are.
don't.
Oh, that's good. So you give me a thumbs up there.
Absolutely, two of them.
Okay. So Julia is our speaker for the next speaker, and can you hear me? Oh, it's off again. Oh my
Yeah.
God. Okay. Yes. Julia will take us on how to create sustainable income online using our unique experiences, our strengths, and our interests. And I believe we're going to learn a lot from her. So, Julian, the floor is yours.
Thank you. How can I share my screen or present my slides? Oh, here we go. From Google Slides. Sorry, guys. Bear with me. I've never used StreamYard before, so this is exciting. Let's see. In the meantime, can people stick in the chat who's actually interested in entrepreneurship? Just give me a little, yep, that's me, a little hands up in the chat if you are interested in being an entrepreneur in any way. Because I know this conference is about remote work in general, which can be many things. The slides are just processing. Oh, okay, cool. Looks like they're good to go. How can you guys see these slides? Can you see the first red slide?
No.
Oh, there you go.
Oh, yes, you can see it now.
All right, here we are. Nice. Great. Okay.
Okay,
Let me
right on.
set myself up real quick. Sorry. Okay, perfect. Great. So thanks so much for coming, guys. And I'm excited to chat to you guys. Looks like there's a lot of people who are interested in being entrepreneurs, which is amazing. I'm glad you're in the right place. We're going to talk about remote work and entrepreneurship, and what forging your own path looks like and what it entails. So for our 30 minutes together, we're going to cover remote employee versus entrepreneur, what the differences there are, the three biggest limiting beliefs of aspiring entrepreneurs, secret ingredients for entrepreneur sauce. Very simple. People love to overcomplicate that one. And then I'm going to share a bit about my story. I'm going to try to keep it short, but it's very, very relevant because it's basically what happened to me. And I'm going to tell you how I went from being directionless and incomeless to making $11,000 in 6 weeks, which is ridiculous. And then through that journey, I came to realize what some of the traps are of the entrepreneur life and what you can do to avoid them. So I will share with you those 3 traps and how you can avoid them when forging your own path. And finally, we're going to close off with why you are your own secret weapon. And I don't know if we're going to have time or if there's going to be some brave people in the audience, but I would love to do an interactive hot seat at the very end. So we'll see how that goes, where someone can share what their skills are. And maybe we can have a little live brainstorm of business ideas that we can just spit out like rapid fire.
Okay.
Okay, great. So entrepreneurship versus remote employee. Now, I made these slides. Some of them are going to look a little funny because I made them with like animation so that they pop up at different times. So some of them might look a bit cluttered, but we'll get to that when we get to that. Basically, entrepreneurship and remote employees. So the thing is, when you are a remote employee, you are granted location freedom, which is up there at the top of the pyramid, right? The thing is that when you are an entrepreneur, you can have location freedom as well as time freedom, and you can get yourself on the path to financial freedom as well. And at that point, you're kind of like what some people like to say, out of the matrix. Did my slides disappear?
We can no longer see your screen. You can share it again, please. Okay.
There we go.
It's up. Yeah, you can see it now.
Yeah, so basically, I myself was a remote employee. I had location freedom. I was lucky enough to work for one of the few companies that actually also offered you time freedom. So I could work at any time too, even though I was part of a company, even though I was an employee, just because it was set up asynchronously on purpose. And that's awesome. But the reality is that companies like that are few and far between. So that's why I shifted over to entrepreneurship, because I wanted all 3 of these. I'm greedy. What can I say? You only got one life, you know? So I really wanted to see if I could make entrepreneurship work. I've already asked you how many want to be entrepreneurs, so we can just skip to the next part. And I want to hear from you guys. I've got a list of questions I'm going to rattle off. Just ping in the comments if anything resonates. Let's get some action going. So of you guys who want to be entrepreneurs or who maybe already are and have started, how many of you are waiting for permission from someone else? And I've been guilty of every single thing that's coming up on the screen, so there's absolutely no shame in this game. waiting for permission from someone else to start a social media account, to talk about your products, to start selling, to call people and see if you need manufacturing or whatever it is that you might need just to get in the game. It's a huge blocker. How many of you feel like you're not smart enough to be entrepreneurs? The idea of, oh, business owner, it just has such weight and it's just such a big thing, and oh, only certain kinds of people can do that, and I'm just not smart enough to do that, and XYZ thing held me back in my life, so I can't do that. Does that resonate with anyone? I feel this like every week. Someone said no. Okay, good for you. That's great. Does anybody feel like you're not disciplined enough to be, you know, a CEO, a business owner, an entrepreneur? Like, you know, you hear about these 5 a.m. wake ups of these like crazy entrepreneurs that like, yeah, I ice bath for an hour and then I hit the gym for 2 hours and then this and that. And you're just like, this is ridiculous. I could never do that. Not disciplined enough.
Yeah, I feel that way too.
I'm with you. And by the way, that is, I mean, this is a tangent, but that is like one model of success. I'm not hating on those people. If that's what you got to do to get yourself in the mind to do what you got to do to be who you need to be, then do that. But it's definitely not true that everyone who wants to be successful has to do that to be successful, right? That's the beauty. We're all different. We can all do different things. Who's scared of wasting their time with their journey, you know, because you don't see many rewards when you start a business. You don't see the money pouring in. It's a lot of hours with no reward, and that could be seen as wasted time. I put it in quotes because I don't believe time is ever wasted. Anyone scared of wasting your time? Let me know in the chat. And lastly, you're terrified of what others think. You're just so scared of what someone from your hometown or from your school or your classmates, your workmates, your family, some random person on the internet, what are they going to say about your opinions and about your products and about what you're trying to sell, and who do you think you are, and I don't deserve to be doing this, and all this kind of chatter in your head, right?
Yeah, I think this is the biggest challenge people have, the imposter syndrome.
Imposter
What would
syndrome is
others
huge.
say? Yeah, exactly.
It's
what would
huge.
others say
And
about this? Yeah,
the worst
that
thing is that
biggest
it doesn't go away.
It
That's
never
the
goes
biggest
away.
lie. It doesn't go away. It just gets,
Yeah, it doesn't.
You just get better at handling it, but it never
Yeah,
goes away.
exactly. Yeah, it never. Every
right.
new challenge comes with doubts. Every new
Well,
challenge comes with doubts.
you looked ahead at the slides, didn't you? So,
I didn't have
doubts,
to.
right?
Yeah, it does.
Doubt is always going to be present in your entrepreneurial journey. That is never going to go away either. And so you might think, oh my God, well, that means that I can just never be an entrepreneur. Like, it's just not going to happen. These doubts are insane. But the thing is that they are a completely normal part of the process. So does that mean that you can't be a great entrepreneur, even if you have all these doubts? There's your answer. Of course not. Of course not. Everyone has it. And it doesn't go away.
It doesn't go away.
No. You might have, it's in waves, right? So you have waves where you feel like you're the hottest shit ever. You feel like you've got it all figured out. Everything is going great. Everything's perfect. And one email comes in and it all crashes down. And you're like, oh crap, what am I doing? I have no idea what I'm doing. This is never going to work. I was so delusional. Why did I think that this would work? And then you cry to your friend for like an hour. You go out, have a bottle of wine. And then the next day, another email comes through and you're like, oh, I am the queen of the world. Of course I can do this. It's a roller coaster, right? So the doubts do not negate your abilities. This is where the slides start getting a little funky because I tried to get funky with doing things on Google Slides and I didn't realize it wouldn't translate onto here. So apologies, but I do have it up on my other screen so I can just walk you through it. These are the 3 biggest limiting beliefs of aspiring entrepreneurs that I have sort of condensed the 3 biggest buckets after talking to about 200 aspiring entrepreneurs since the beginning of the year. Because that's what I do. I like coach people to get them to a place where they can have a fully location independent online business, right? So number 1 is they don't think they have the skills. They don't think they have the skills they need to be able to be an entrepreneur, right? They don't think that they have a good enough idea. That's number 2 that's behind the little man. And the little man is there just saying that all of this is BS, basically. They don't think they have a good enough idea. Yeah, I'd be an entrepreneur. I think I'd really like the lifestyle. I like working for myself. I can work hard. I'm dedicated, but I just don't have any good ideas. That's BS number 2, right? And the last one is they think it is too risky. They prefer to be secure. I can't tell you how many times I get on calls with people and they're like, okay, yeah, I'd love to travel long term. I'd love to be fully remote and nomadic. I'd love to not be tied to a location, but I need like a secure and stable income. And I'm like, okay, number one, entrepreneurs never have stable income. Every month is different. You're not an employee getting a check every month. You are making different revenue every month, depending on a lot of different things, depending on your tactics, on your strategies, on your overhead costs, depending on seasonality, depending on so many different things, on trends on the internet, like, you know. And I would also, and that doesn't mean that it has to be risky, because there are ways that you can sort of manage your revenue, even if it is up and down, but that's a whole other topic, which we're not getting into today. What I want to say to you guys is, do you remember those tech layoffs a few months ago that everyone was like, what? Do you remember those huge tech layoffs like 2 years ago?
Sure. Some of my friends were.
Yes. Yes, I
Right.
do.
And that was from massive household names, no, like too big to fail, like they're reputable. That's also not secure. From one day to the next, they fired people over a Zoom call that had been there for 17 years. So that's also not really secure. Anything can happen. The only thing that really makes a difference here is one of these secret sauce ingredients. Again, these were supposed to come up one by one on the screen. Sorry, guys. So I'm going to come back to those in a second. The secret sauce for being a great entrepreneur is two things. People overcomplicate it so much. You need two things. You need a skill that can make someone else's life easier. You need to solve someone else's problem, right? That's it. And the value that you give by solving that problem needs to be worth more than you charge to have that done. If I charge $10,000 to make you a website, or $100,000 to make you a website, maybe that doesn't really make sense. You're like, I'll just figure it out myself. I'd rather do that. But if I charge you like $2,000 to make your website, then you're like, okay, that kind of maybe makes a bit more sense. And you're like, the value that I would have of having the website is way more than $2,000. So I'm happy to pay it. That's it. That's it. That's all you need. That's the only thing you need. And then the second thing you need is the self-belief and the self-trust to not get in your own way. And that is the biggest key. And that's going to be the focus of the chunk of this presentation. That's where 99% of people fall down. Because anyone can learn a skill. Anyone can talk to a group of people and figure out what their problem is, and then go learn a skill that can solve that problem. I mean, most of you probably speak multiple languages. You had to learn them at some point. You all learned to walk. You all learned how to drive a car. You all learned whatever skill you use in your normal job, right? That you didn't know how to do when you were a teenager, right? So why wouldn't you not be able to learn some kind of skill that would be able to build your business, right? The trick is, though, is the self-belief, because if we go back to this slide, these limiting beliefs disappear if you fully trust yourself, but like really trust yourself. And that's really hard. It's by no means am I saying that's easy. There's a difference between simple and easy, right? It's simple because it's like, it's just one thing you have to do. You just have to trust yourself, but it's not easy. So if you trust yourself, the first one is not going to be an issue. You don't think you have the skills. You're going to say, all right, maybe I don't have the skills, but I trust that I can figure it out, right? The second one, I don't think I have a good idea. But if you trust yourself, you're like, all right, maybe I don't have the best idea ever, but what I have is good enough to start. And I trust that I will figure it out as I go, and I will iterate, and I will meet people, and I will rub shoulders, and I will take messy action, and that will get me to an awesome idea. Or it will show me the idea was crap, and it'll save me time, and it'll take me in a totally different direction, and something else that's genius is going to come out that never would have come out if I hadn't gone down that path to begin with. But I trust myself that it's all going to be fine. Same thing on the third one. It's all going to be fine. The risk doesn't seem so big when you fully trust yourself. So with that covered, who am I to talk about all this? Like, why am I qualified? Why am I here, right? So hello, I'm Julia. I'm 27 right now. I'm a full-time traveler and entrepreneur. You can find me on socials at JetSetterJulia. I've been to 5 continents in the last year alone, over 30 countries in my lifetime. And I am an ex-remote employee and an ex-office employee, right? I have felt the call to travel since I was about 16, and I figured out what a nomad was when I was still in high school, and I was like, I want to be this. Fast forward a few years, I actually landed that fully remote job that I mentioned to you guys earlier that was luckily very time-free as well. So I was not locked onto my computer from 9 to 5. I was able to take the whole day off if I wanted and then work 6 to 10 p.m. or something. Like, there was absolutely no controls on what times I was working as long as I was delivering what I had to deliver, which in my opinion, I think everything should be that way. We're all adults. We're all responsible. It's fine. But the thing is that I wanted even more flexibility and authority over my life and my work. So I'm going to tell you about my journey. this is me at that time. I might look like I'm having a great time, and it was amazing to travel so much and like have that quote unquote security of that paycheck from the remote job. But underneath it all, after a while, I realized I was very stressed and anxious, and I didn't really feel challenged in the job. I did at the beginning because there was a steep learning curve. But once I sort of learned what I had to learn, I stagnated and I got really bored. I was very disinterested in the industry that I was in. I was not in the right industry. And I always felt a call to entrepreneurship. Even though I suffered all those doubts that we tackled at the beginning, I suffered from and still do suffer from. They don't go away, all of them. But I've always felt called to entrepreneurship. And so I proudly say that I'm a quitter because I want to reclaim that word. And I think it's important that people who want to be and are entrepreneurs reclaim that word, because quitting has such a negative connotation. It has a connotation of a lack of discipline, which is one of those things that we talked about earlier, is like an insecurity of a lot of people, right? Oh, I can't do this because I don't have the discipline. But for me, what a quitter is somebody who doesn't stay where they know they don't want to be. If I know I don't want to be in an office, why am I here? I quit. If I know I don't want to be in this industry, even though I am working remotely, why am I here? I quit. Same goes for everything in life. I know I don't want to be in this relationship. What am I doing here? I quit. I'm out. It's not a bad thing. It's redirection towards your ultimate like joy, basically. And your joy will change, but that's fine. You just have to follow the current like a river, right? Oh, these pictures did not come up right. Oh no. Oh well. I was going to show you all these pretty pictures of where I went because I gave myself space to breathe. I quit that job. I was craving to live a bit more off grid, and I didn't really want to have to be connected to Wi-Fi. So I quit that job. I quit all my freelancing stuff I was doing at the same time. And I went to Patagonia, which is that picture that you can see of me with the mountains. And I was there for a month, and there was no internet, and it was amazing. And I started making TikToks about my travels because I gave myself like a 6-month period where I was like, okay, I'm going to just allow myself to not worry about work and not worry about making money and just like live off my savings that I was very fortunate enough to be able to save through that previous job. And I'll figure it out as I go. Like, this is just going to be like a little vacation for me. So I started making TikToks about my travels because I was traveling a lot and I had a lot to say. And it was just for fun. I had no intention of building a business or monetizing it in any way. So I went all over the place. I had pictures here of Texas, of Berlin, of Indonesia, and of Australia. And when I got to Australia, I kind of fell into a bit of a dark hole. I had been about 7 or 8 months into this, what was supposed to be a 6-month sort of sabbatical. I had always had so many interests at once, and I never felt like I had a focus or a discipline to be able to focus in on one thing and master it and be an expert in it. And it caused me a lot of grief because I had, through the last 3 years or so, thrown myself into different projects on the side of whatever my main income was, just because I like a challenge and I like to learn new things. And I would be super excited and I'd be like, this is it. This is the thing. And after 2 months, I'd be like, no, I'm so over it. I don't want to even open my computer anymore. And that really got me down. So I made a TikTok about it, and I was basically crying and being all sad and asking people for help because I had also, as you can see in that photo, that's a screenshot of the TikTok. I self-diagnosed myself with ADHD, as I feel like half of the world did last year, thanks to TikTok. And so I was just asking that community for help because I was like, hey, I'm a newbie. I don't really get ADHD, but I think I have it, and here's how it's affecting me. And if anyone has advice, please help. And that blew up. And that is how my mentor came to me. This woman who is a entrepreneur coach for people with ADHD brains. And she was like, we need to work together. I can help you. And like I said to you, I had no intention of building a business whatsoever. It was not on my radar. It was not in my plans. I didn't know what I was going to do. I just assumed that I would freelance, or maybe I would go back to a different remote job in a different industry. But we did that. And we worked together for 4 months. And with her, I learned so much about forging my path and about entrepreneurship and about all the gifts that I already had inside me, right? And so this, I don't know if it will play. This is meant to be a little video. It's a little clip. I worked with her and I figured out what my passions were, what my interest was, how being interested in many different things actually is a blessing and it's not a curse. And I don't have to be an expert in one thing. I can be a generalist. I can be a multi-passionate, which is apparently like a word that if you Google it, there's a lot of like literature and psychology stuff and like content creators and coaches and everything talking about being multi-passionate. Let me know in the comments if you've heard of multi-passionate and if that resonates with you, because if it does and you have not heard of it, run, don't walk over there, because you're going to get so much validation from that. Let me see. I don't think this is going to play. No. Oh, it was just a little video of me crying when I closed my first client. And I thought it was going to be cute to show like how much it means to entrepreneurs and small business owners when things go well and when you kick off. Like, it's not just, oh, let's make some money and live on a beach. It's real. Like, anyway, that's not going to play. But I closed my first client within 2 weeks of launching.
You have it on your TikTok?
Sorry?
Do you have it on your TikTok, the video?
No, it's a private video. It's an exclusive
okay.
just for you guys.
Okay. Please, I would love to have it. Let me see it myself.
We'll see. But basically, I wanted to say that I launched my one-on-one coaching program, which I had forged with this mentor of mine. And it was based on all of the things that I loved and all the things that I was good at. And within 2 weeks of announcing it on my TikTok, I got a client. And the video is of me like freaking out and sending a message to my mom, basically crying and being like, I got a client. This is so crazy. And within 3 weeks of launching, 6 weeks of launching, I had 3 clients, which is just insane. It was ridiculous, because for me, I was like, oh, why would somebody pay me to like talk to them? That's just wild. But fast forward to today, that was like in March, April of this year. Fast forward to today, I've grown to a community of over 25,000 people on social media with huge impact every single day. People telling me that they love and are learning so much from the content, that they are changing their lives, that they're taking it into their own hands, that they are feeling empowered. And my clients have done insane things. Like, one of them took their first ever international solo trip, and it's not like close by. She went from California to Thailand by herself. Like, that's huge. That's insane. So this is a girl who has never traveled by herself, ever.
Wow.
And she went and she told me that she booked that ticket after one call with me where we talked about limiting beliefs. I was floored. I didn't even believe it. I was like, what? So it's been a crazy trajectory. And this is the power of figuring out your own power and not being scared and trusting yourself to share it with the world and forge your own path. Right? I've had international news coverage in some of these places that you might recognize. And this very much looks like I'm bragging on this page, but it's not the purpose of this slide. The purpose of this slide is to show you how you are doing a disservice to the world by keeping all of your gifts within you. If you share them outwardly, the impact you can have is insane. And these are people who decided to leave a comment. I'm sure there's many people who decided not to say anything, but took something away anyway. So you will never know the true reach of your impact. I could have never done any of this without trusting myself. I couldn't have done it without my mentor. I couldn't have done it without taking messy action, because that's the only place that clarity comes from. You cannot think your way to a perfect business. You have to act and make mistakes and pivot and change your mind and learn as you go. And the best thing too, for me, it was very healing on a personal level, because that video about me crying about my ADHD and having a million different interests, it kind of came full circle, because every single different interest that I've had and experience that I've had in the professional world, in marketing, in design, in event coordinating, in sales, in external calls, in content creation, in writing articles, all of this came together. And I used every single part of my past experience in building this business, which was such a huge like healing moment for me, as you can imagine, of being like, oh, it's okay to not be an expert in one thing. And now today I'm stimulated and learning every single day. I'm excited about what I'm building. I'm having a huge impact on people and I'm loving that. And I have total time and location freedom. Still working on the financial freedom part. So with all that said, we're coming to the last part of the presentation. These are the 3 traps that you need to avoid when you're forging your own path that I have learned. And I have only learned them by actually living this path, right? Firstly, comparing yourself to others. And I am still guilty of all 3 of these. I very much do not want to be on any kind of pedestal. I'm just like you guys and still like struggling with the same things. So number 1 is comparing yourself to others. When you see that, I don't know, you're talking about a topic in your content and someone else who's also in your niche talks about the same topic and they get a huge success on their reel or whatever, and you don't, that can feel really shit. Or when they share income report of the quarter and they're like, oh, I made, I don't know, $60,000 this quarter. And you're like, what? I made like 2, like what? You know what I mean? Or whatever the discrepancy is. That is the best way to kill your desire to keep going, right? If you're anything like me, I'm sure there's people who see that and that's what really motivates them. But for me, I find it a huge trigger, probably because I need to work on something. But anyway, what I'm doing right now to deal with that is an affirmation along these lines. So each of these traps has an affirmation and an action to go with it. So the affirmation is first to regulate yourself, right? You need to regulate yourself because you cannot take action from a dysregulated place. So first things first, comparison is the thief of joy. I dismiss any thoughts that rob me of my joy. My journey is unfolding exactly as it should, and I'm grateful for all the learning. Other people's success just means success is possible for me too. And that last one is a huge shift, because that is you focusing on an abundance mindset. It's the idea that if someone is killing the game in the same niche as you, that doesn't mean that there's less pie left over for you. It means amazing. They have validated the freaking market. Great. Now I can go in guns blazing with confidence that this is going to work. I just have to figure out the formula. You know, there's someone in my niche who is doing the same thing as me and is killing it. She's made $500,000 in the last 3 years, which is insane. And I could see that and be like, oh my God, she's scooping up all the clients. There's none left for me. But I don't see it like that. I see it as like, oh, great. That means that there are clients for this service. I just need to find them in my own way. Or have a little secret sauce that is like the juju touch that makes them come to me instead of her. You know what I mean? But there's people who want this service. So that's great. So the action then to follow that is unfollow all the accounts that rob you of your joy, period. It's too precious. Immerse yourself in inspiring stuff instead, and then love on yourself. Reflect to where you were a month ago, 3 months ago, 6 months ago, however you want to measure your milestones, and look at how far you've come. Compare yourself to past you. That's always going to be way more motivating than comparing you to someone else. Number 2. Trap number 2 is letting external factors determine your mood. This is hard, and this is something I've learned recently, and I'm still working through. This is when maybe you've had a high, maybe your ebook or your whatever product you have is selling really great for a couple of weeks, and you're like, oh my God, amazing, look at me, I am the shit, this is so awesome. And then it just tanks and you don't know why. You haven't changed anything, your content's still running great, everything's cool, but people just aren't buying like they used to. That could get you really down. That could make you doubt yourself. That could make you want to go back and change something. Tinkering is just going to confuse your audience if it's not intentional and it's not strategic. Tinkering out of panic is just going to cause you more problems. So don't let that temptation come in when you feel disheartened by external numbers, factors, comments, whatever it may be. Don't let your own value be determined by what is going on in the noise in the external world. You have to be 100% in your core, like embodied, that what you have to offer is valuable, period. It just is because it is. It is valuable because you trust yourself. You trust that what you have made and what you offer and what you're putting your time and energy into is valuable. Just because the sales don't reflect that doesn't mean it's not true. Just because your community isn't growing as fast as you want doesn't mean it's not true. You know? So the affirmation for that is external factors do not affect the value of my offering. I believe in my work. I believe in my impact. I believe in my mission. And that's what keeps me going. Period. The sales don't keep me going. That's, my mentor used to say, money is just a thank you for a job well done. So just keep going and keep making quality stuff and it will come. The action is practicing gratitude. In these moments of frustration, it's okay to feel frustration. I want you to feel every emotion that comes up in this roller coaster of entrepreneurship. Don't try to press any of them down. Feel them, but you don't have to react to them. Feel the frustration. But instead of reacting in the frustration and being like, okay, well, that means I have to change this and I have to change that. And maybe if I did this, my sales would be better. And maybe if my landing page was red instead of blue, it would be better and whatever. No, feel the frustration and center yourself right now in the present. What have you already accomplished that you can be grateful for? Right? What has your business brought to your life that you can be grateful for? For example, my business has allowed me to be able to go to the pool and spend the day at the pool on a Wednesday with my partner and come home and work for a few hours in the evening because I can. I don't have to go to some office in some random place, and I'm super grateful for that. It allows me to buy the cheapest flight to my next destination because I don't need to worry about constraints of, I can only fly on Friday night or Saturday when it's super expensive. I can fly literally Tuesday morning if I want to. And I'm really grateful for that. And those are wins and you need to take them into account. Okay, the last one. Believing someone else always knows better. This is the number one way to rob you of your own self-trust. You are cheating yourself big time if you are always running to someone else for advice instead of tuning into yourself first. Now, that's not to say that you can't have mentors. I would be the biggest hypocrite to say that, because number one, I am a mentor now. And number two, it was a mentor that changed my life. So there you go. But I really think that if you are constantly believing someone else knows better, how that's going to manifest in your behavior is you're teaching yourself that you don't trust yourself. You trust someone else more than you trust yourself. You trust an Instagram page more than you trust yourself. You trust a coach more than you trust yourself. You trust your parents more than you trust yourself, your colleague more than yourself. It's detrimental to everything that we've talked about. And those limiting beliefs that we covered earlier are just going to stay there and gain force if you don't silence them with your own trust. And the other way it's going to manifest is you're going to stay in student mode way too long, and you are going to delay taking action. And like we've clarified, action is the only thing that leads to clarity. So, and the only thing that leads to sales, and the only thing that leads to impact. So if you stay in student mode too long, you will stagnate and you will overcomplicate and get in your own head, and you will get less and less likely to take action because you're like, oh, just one more course. Oh, maybe that person didn't teach it so well. Maybe if I get the same thing from this other person, I will learn what I wanted to learn. Haven't you guys been guilty of that pattern? Because I definitely have. I actually almost bought a course yesterday, and then I was like, Julia, snap out of it. You got this. So the affirmation for this is, I am capable, smart, and resourceful. I will make mistakes. It's part of the game, of course you will. But I will also learn from them and grow. No one can replace my unique mix of quirks, interests, and expertise. No one can replace my unique mix of quirks, interests, and expertise. And the action there is to listen to your gut. In moments of doubt, stop, breathe, listen to your intuition. It will be guiding you. Even if you don't understand why it's guiding you, where it's guiding you, honor it anyway. That's self-trust, and that is the hard part. That is so hard. If your gut is screaming at you to go left when everything logical tells you to go right, you're like, obviously I'm going to go right. It will bite you in the ass eventually. Oh, your intuition is always right. It's amazing. It's insane. So go left, even if you don't know why you're going left. Be like, oh, my stomach told me to, so I'm going left. And it will make sense at some point. And actually, I made these slides yesterday. And last night, after I had finished them, I was lying in bed and I saw there's this one sort of business coach that I follow on Instagram who has made a $20 billion business, which is insane. And her latest post was talking about this exact thing. She was like, how I stay in high energy or high frequency, whatever it is. It's because I follow my gut even when I don't know where it's taking me. And I was like, damn, we came to the same conclusion, girl. Only difference is I don't have $20 billion. So I guess there must be some truth to that. All right, and this is the last big chunk I want to talk to you guys about, just in case you haven't realized why self-trust is so important. This is the virtuous cycle of self-trust. This is my patented cycle that I've concocted through talking to so many people and living it myself. So it starts at the dark blue arrow where it says unshakable trust in yourself. That's where we start. We're working backwards to see how everything falls into place once we have that unshakable trust. If you have unshakable trust in yourself, it becomes way easier to be confident in forging your own path, right? If you are confident in forging your own path, then, all of the societal rules about what is valuable and what is not valuable and how you should spend your time and how you shouldn't spend your time, they become a lot quieter and your internal voice becomes a lot louder. And it gives you the permission to lean on your strengths and your skills and your interests, even if they're things that conventionally you're like, oh, but that won't make me money. Oh, but that's not high value. Oh, but that's not. There is an audience everywhere for everything. You can make money with everything. You can have impact with everything. Your story needs to be heard by someone. You don't know who that person is, but it needs to be heard. How many of you have watched something on social media that you're like, holy shit, I don't know who you are, but I'm so freaking glad you made this video. Even if you didn't even like it, you didn't even put a comment on it, nothing. But you saw something and you were like, huh, I needed to see that. I needed to hear that, right? Imagine if that person hadn't made that video. I mean, maybe you even forgot what it was now, but it's happened to all of us. In that moment, it brought you peace. In that moment, it brought you clarity. Maybe it even changed the trajectory of your life. There's a woman that I'm following that I would recommend all of you follow if you don't already. Her name is Glow Graphics. She's wonderful. And she's one of those people that I saw one post and I was like, damn, and I've been following her since 2016. She's changed niches like 6 times. I'm still here because her insights are insane. Anyway, I am on Glow Graphics without the W, just GLO, because her name is Gloria. GLO Graphics. Anyway, so yeah, if you are confident to forge your path, you will lean on your strengths, skills, and interests. And it can be like crocheting. You know, people are like, oh, data and AI. And it's like, yes, that stuff is necessary to stay up to date and all that kind of stuff with the way the world is going. But that doesn't mean that you can't still make money. I don't know, thrifting vintage clothes or crocheting stuff for pets and selling it. Or like, I don't know, carbon neutral, like soy milk for like vegan babies. I don't know. I'm just making stuff up, right? Like there is a market for all of that, right? So lean on your strengths and skills, even if it's not quote unquote traditionally like, you know, lawyer, doctor, engineer kind of vibes. When you do that, it's going to be much easier for you to show up authentically. You're not going to be forcing much. You're not going to be forcing anything, actually, because you just get to show up and talk about shit that you love, like I'm doing right now, and I'm freaking loving it. And I hope you are too. So let me know in the comments if you are. Show me some love. It's going to make it much easier to show up authentically. And when you show up authentically, you will connect emotionally with other people in your industry, with other professionals, but most importantly, with your community, with your audience. Those are your future clients. And when you connect emotionally, it makes sales much easier. And one of the biggest things that people and entrepreneurs have against sales is it feels slimy. It feels, ew, I don't want to talk about money. It feels like, oh, I don't want to take your money. It feels dirty. It feels under the table. I don't know. I don't like it. Right? But if you reframe it to, we have connected emotionally and I will give you something of huge value, and the thank you handshake you give me has a bit of cash in it. It's a win-win situation. You're happy to part with it because the value I'm giving you is bigger than the amount of money that you're giving me. So it works for you, and I'm getting some money, and you're having a great time having impact and getting to where you want to be in your life. So it's a win for me too, right? And that's the virtuous cycle of self-trust. Okay. Oh, this was meant to come up at different times too, but just last bit that I want to say to close off before we go to questions is that you are your own secret weapon. I hope I have made that clear. Your potential, your skills, and your impact is your secret weapon, and that's all inside of you. You don't need any equipment. You don't need any validation from anything external. There's no rule book, and that's the part that trips most people up. We're so used to living life with a rule book. School has a rule book. Corporate world has a rule book. Even the way you maintain your house, there is some kind of loose rule book, like not officially, but like there's ways to do things in the world, right? There's ways to behave in society. Entrepreneurship, there isn't really any rules. Okay, there's like ethics, obviously. Don't be a shitty person with shady tactics, but you get to make it up, really. And if it works, it works. No one can tell you you're wrong, right? So if you honor and you trust your potential skills and impact, you've already won. If you harness them, you've already won. But if you doubt them, you've already lost. That's the thing. So the choice is yours. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you so much. We learned about the psychology of success, and I believe if we go through these paths, we will definitely succeed. I appreciate you so much. We've learned a lot from you, Julia. We learned a lot from you. I do not know. I can't find any questions here in the comments.
Okay.
The only question
Can
here
I say
is.
something?
Okay, you can.
Okay. Julia, thank you very much. Like I can't say thank you enough. I didn't know that was a thing. You know, when you're talking about being an expert in a lot of things, I am currently in that particular situation and I have been hiding. You see, thanks to Mr. David, who showed limelight into the data analysis thing, I know for certain that I want to do data science, right? And I'm working towards it and everything. But the truth is, I can also paint. I'm an amateur painter. I can code HTML and CSS. I can, build some
Wow.
applications using Flutter Flow and, that I am a teacher also. There are so many things I can do, but I have to hide them because I'm ashamed. The entire world goes jack of all trades, master of none. So for a while, in fact, I've even stopped painting. Right now, I have like 3 canvas in my house. My paint is there. I've not touched it for a while. I'm just focusing on my data science, my data analysis, because I want to concentrate on one. And the truth is, when I put all these emotions in something and I get to know it, I get bored easily. Just before this started, I was actually working on my portfolio and building a site that was going to house it. And I was enjoying it, and I'm enjoying data analysis, and I'm hoping to be a data scientist. But I've been hiding because I can't do so much. I shouldn't be doing so much. I should not. That's the phrase. I should not be doing all these things. I should just focus on one and run with it. And people have even told me, why are you doing this? Why are you doing that? Why can you do this? Why don't you just focus on one? Otherwise, you will not, be good at anyone. And then you come up here and you just tore everything apart. Like, thank you.
Sorry.
Thank you. Thank you. Really,
You're
thank
welcome.
you.
I
Yes,
resonate
yes,
so
very
much
true.
with what you have shared. Thank you. If I could just speak to that. I resonate deeply with that because that was what I felt when I was in that deep dark hole in Australia that I mentioned in my presentation. Is I felt such. It actually came from watching Suits. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the TV show Suits about the lawyers. And I was just
Yeah.
watching and I was like, this seems so cool. Like I want to be, I don't know, like in some like highly ambitious, intelligent like space with other ambitious, intelligent people and just be like really good at what I do and be with other people that are good at what they do. And like we work late because we love it and like we're so engrossed with it. And it's just like really driving up. And it really, really kind of tore me apart for a few weeks because I was like, I know that I'm not that person. Like as much as I want to be that person, I'm not that person because I was in an office and I left it. I chose to leave and I was working long hours and I was with an amazing team that were super capable and smart and ambitious. And I left. And I'm like, if I left once, I'm going to leave again. So there's no point going that way. But it really felt like I was grieving someone that I could have been. And I wanted to speak to a couple of the things that you said specifically. You know that the rest of that quote, right, is actually in our favor. Jack of all trades, but master of none will always be better than master of one. That's the full
Oh,
quote.
wow.
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 I like that.
That's the full. And doctor's orders, I have a book I'm prescribing to you. It's called, and anyone else that resonates with that story, it's called Refuse to Choose by Barbara Sher, Sher. And it is incredible. I think that she is the woman, I will put it in the chat, Refuse to Choose by Barbara Sher. She is the woman who coined the term multi-passionate. And I got everything that I needed out of that book by reading the first 3 chapters. I didn't even finish it, full disclosure, because it's so validating. It's like healing. It's like you're hearing things about your brain that only you thought that only you knew that. And then you're reading it in this book and you're like, holy shit. And it's so validating. And that itself is very healing. And that was all the validation I needed to just like keep running. So I didn't even read the rest of it, but that's okay. I think that's fine. I think you don't have to finish a book just to finish a book. So check it out. And already when you were talking about your skill set, that's awesome. Like follow what brings you joy, right? Like, okay, everyone's got to eat. So we all got to make some kind of money, but the long-term vision can always be something else. I mean, you said you can code, you do art. There's already an overlap there. You're going into data science and you teach too. So I'm thinking like, this is kind of cool because this is what the hot seat thing that I wanted to do, like what I envisioned. So thank you for bringing it into reality. Like, I don't know if you could think of something like, what if you like painted your art and then made a program that when you press a button, it like codes it. I don't know anything about coding. It like codes it and it appears on the screen digitally too. And you could do like art installations like that. And you can harness your data science to like, I don't know, maybe analyze a whole bunch of different like art from a certain area or a certain time period and do like a really cool installation, just like using, I don't know, you can pick out what the most used, like what the characteristics are of that kind of art or whatever. And you can teach it to people and do workshops. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm just like spitballing. You could make content analyzing art and being like, what would this look like if we, I don't know, manipulated it with this kind of code that I can do? I don't know. My point is there's a lot of overlap between art and code. I'm not an expert in that, but I don't know, take a look into it and don't listen to the people who are like, you need to pick one path. The world is not designed for people like us, like multi-passionate people are kind of the anomalies a lot of the time, and it can lead to a lot of trauma, which is very valid, which is why that book is really recommended. And my mentor used to
Thank
say
you.
that ADHD brains, I use multi-passionate and ADHD kind of interchangeably. I know that's not really technically the thing, but she always says ADHD brains are not like, the world is not made for ADHD brains, but ADHD brains are made to change the world. And I kind of think that includes multi-passionates as well.
Oh, thank you so much, Julia. Thank you so much.
No problem.
Yeah, we thank you. Thank you so
All
much.
right,
I think
I didn't know I need you need you in my life.
I'm here. Let's be friends.
yes, this is the
I
problem. I believe a lot of people have. A lot of people have so many ideas, but putting it into perspective or focusing on one at a time is always a problem for a lot of people. So you dissecting in this way, I believe it will help provide clarity to a lot of people. So we thank you so much. Mr. David, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, trust me, Julia. You and I just started a relationship. I'm trying to make sure, and I'm going to make sure that I follow it up to the latter. You have so much to offer. Um, I'm thinking of coming over to become your very next client because I do have a lot of things that I'm trying to get some clarity about, and I see from your slides and your sharing. I mean, everybody here, to be honest, everybody here, or at least a lot of people here, would be happy to be in a situation where they can work from anywhere in the world. Just pack your bags, go to Malta, go to Mauritius, go to Portugal, go to Australia. You know, as long as you have that digital nomad visa or whatever, and start working. So guys, try to connect with Julia on Instagram and TikTok. She's very active on TikTok. In fact, I was trying to look out for your photo on Instagram, and I spoke to one of my team members. I was like, nah, Julia doesn't look like a picture person. You mostly see videos on Instagram and TikTok, and that's where we were able to get one of your photos. And thank you so much for accepting to make this presentation. We'll definitely keep in touch, and we'll also introduce you to some of our students who would definitely need those services and that one-on-one meeting with you, hopefully in future.
Sounds great. Thank you so much for having me and reaching out. That was a wonderful thing to receive in my inbox, and I'm super glad that we could make this happen. So thank you for having me, and thank you everyone for listening. I really appreciate it. And I hope I see you over on social media.
Yes. We thank you and appreciate you. And we'll have to take a short break. And then when we come back, the next speaker will take it from there. Just a very short break.
More music on trendybeats.com.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the very first Virtual African Tech Conference hosted by Dahel Consultants and Techies. Our theme for this year is getting jobs in the tech space. We are going to explore in this conference the world of technology and its numerous career opportunities. I know that you are going to mark your calendar for this event, which is going to begin on the 26th and the 27th to the 27th of August 2023. We're going to have these 2 days of insightful discussions and networking. We're going to have industry experts and thought leaders who will share invaluable insights to help you navigate the tech job landscape. So get ready to be inspired. We are thrilled to announce our keynote speakers, as you can see on the screen. A trailblazer, all of them are in the tech industry. They will kickstart our event with an engaging talk on the tech job market. From interactive sections on becoming a digital nomad, to Microsoft Azure in AI, to panel discussions on remote work and career transitions, our agenda for the 2 days African Tech Conference is packed with these sessions designed to equip you with the skills and knowledge needed to excel in the tech sector. Don't say no to this opportunity. This is an opportunity for you to connect with fellow tech enthusiasts and industry professionals through our virtual networking sections, which we are going to have during the event. It is an opportunity for you to exchange ideas, collaborate on projects, and expand your professional circle. I know that you are ready to join us. And if you haven't registered yet, please do so on our website or reach out to us on social media and we are going to respond to you. We want to keep in touch with you even after the virtual conference is over. Why? Because we want to make sure that we have created some impact in your life during the conference. Please do not miss this opportunity to create change by supercharging your career. We are ready to embark on this exciting journey with you, and we hope and extend our gratitude to you, our sponsors, our partners, our team members for making this event possible. We look forward to your active collaboration and partnership and questions and engagement on this platform and even after the conference. We want you to be able to dive into the world of tech and get out and get unlimited tech opportunities. So, see you soon and enjoy the conference. Bye.
Okay, welcome back. I hope you are enjoying yourself. I hope you are learning a lot from this session. And we'll be having our next speaker. Our next speaker is Miracle Peter. Miracle Peter is a professional digital marketer. She's been in this field for over 7 years with specializations in growth management strategies, email campaign, SEO, different aspects of digital marketing. And she is here to share her wealth of knowledge to us. So she'll be talking specifically about how to craft a standout brand identity and maintaining a cohesive online presence in the tech industry. So, Miracle Peter, we welcome you and you have the mic.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I believe they can hear you from the end too. I can hear you perfectly.
Okay, so thank you so much for this opportunity. I am super excited to share my knowledge and experience with everyone on this conference. So I'm trying to get my slide.
Okay, can you see my slide?
Yes, I can see it. I can. I believe they can
All
too.
right, so let's
I can
get started.
see it
So
on my end.
I'm going to be talking on crafting a brand identity and maintaining a cohesive online presence, a balanced online presence. Now, this is basically about you creating a clear and recognizable image of your brand, more like its personality, its values, and visuals, and making sure that everything you do online, like your website, your social media, and your content, making sure that they all look and feel consistent with that brand image. Now, you need to understand that this is beyond logos, this is beyond your brand colors. It's more about your values, your mission, and your reputation. So, I'm going to talk about the power of brand identity in the tech space. In the tech space, the power of brand identity is more about how strong and how peculiar your brand can significantly influence how people perceive and interact with you. Like I said, it goes beyond the logos, it goes beyond the brand colors. It's more about your values, it's more about your reputation, it's more about how different you are from your competitors. In the tech space, it's actually very competitive. You know, whether you're a data analyst, whether you're a digital marketer, you're a web developer, there are 1,001 other people doing that same thing that you are doing, and you need to stand out to be able to get these opportunities that we're talking about. So let's take a look at how why brand identity is very powerful in the tech space. Now, the first thing is trust and credibility. If you have a well established brand identity, it makes you as a person, or makes you as the owner of a tech company, it makes you more trustworthy. People are more likely to engage with a brand that they recognize and believe in, right? When people do not recognize your brand, that's actually why when you're starting out, it's a lot more difficult for you to get people to trust you, because you are just starting, you're just trying to build that influence. But when you get to the point where people trust you, it's a lot more easier for them to engage with your brand. And then the next thing is differentiation. The tech industry is often crowded with similar products and services, and a strong brand identity helps you stand out. It helps you show why you're unique. It helps you show why you're much more better than others. Now, like I said, it's a very competitive space. A lot of people are coming the tech space every now and then. So it's actually not going to stop being competitive anytime soon. So you need to consider having a strong brand identity that would help you stand out. And another thing is the emotional connection that comes with it. People often form emotional connections with people that aligns with their values, with brands that aligns with their values. And when talking about brand, it doesn't have to be a business per se. It doesn't have to be it doesn't have to be a company. You as an individual, you are a brand, right? So when I'm talking about brand, I'm talking about you as a person doing whatever it is you are doing. So people often form emotional connections with brands that align with their values, aspirations, and a strong brand identity can make it can evoke positive emotions and loyalty. I mean, when people look for insights about social media growth, they come to my profile and they find what they're looking for. There is this connection I have with them already. So whatever niche it is you're in, you can evoke positive connections and get people to be loyal to your brand. Okay, then the next one is the innovative perception. A strong brand identity can make you appear more innovative and forward thinking. Now, imagine that you are actually innovative and you are creative, but then you do not have a strong brand identity. A lot of people would actually take all of that for granted. They may not really want to find out what your innovation and creativity is all about. But then when you are innovative and you have a strong brand identity, you have a lot of people connecting with you emotionally. This makes you appear more, people would want to associate more with you because they believe that, oh, this person is actually innovative, and a lot of people believe in what this person is doing. So many people that follow you on social media do not even follow you because they want to follow you, maybe because they've heard what someone is saying about you and they're like, oh wow, I need to check out what this person is doing, and they're there with you, right? So in the tech space where innovation is rapid and competition is very, very fierce, a powerful brand identity is a very important asset, and it helps you navigate challenges, it helps you grow, it helps you leave a lasting mark in the industry. Okay, so we're going to move on to the next thing, which is crafting your personal tech brand. Sorry, I need to crafting your personal tech brand. Now, this has to do with you creating a distinct, a recognizable image of yourself in the field of industry. You are a web developer. How many people know you for that? You are a data analyst. How many people know you for that? Just like companies have a brand to stand out and be remembered, as an individual in the tech industry, you can also build a personal brand that showcases your skills, your knowledge, and what you bring to the table. Now, this can actually involve you establishing an online presence through social media, through blogs and other platforms, and then ensure that your online activities align with that image that you want to project. I want to project a strong image as a tech clarity coach. I need to start putting up contents that make people see me as an authority in that industry, right? You don't want people seeing you as someone who actually know what they are out there to do. And when you do all of this, you enhance your reputation, your credibility, and you get massive opportunities within the tech community because a lot of people see what you do. I've had instances where I make a post and I decide to take down the post because it's kind of weird and not it doesn't align with what I project on social media. Let's say I make the post and I take it down in say 2 minutes, and someone sends me a screenshot of the same post that I had already made. And I'm like, wow, I took down this post almost immediately. So you need to be sure that whatever it is you are doing online, it aligns with that image that you want to, project. People are watching you, and this, is an avenue for you to get massive opportunities. There are so many opportunities in the online space. There are so many opportunities on social media. Now we'll talk about self-discovery. Now imagine a data scientist discovering their passion for simplifying very complex concepts. Now they can maybe shape their brand around making data understandable and actionable, position themselves as an expert, and you make all these analytics, all these calculations. You make it very simple for people who are not really techie. You make it very simple for them, and it's more like self-discovery for you because you have discovered your passion for data, yes, and then your passion goes beyond data to simplifying very complex concepts. So whatever it is you're doing, you need to find yourself in a place of self-discovery beyond the skill you've actually gained, beyond what you are doing. You need to discover yourself to be able to, relate to people. You need to discover yourself to be able to make what you do understandable to people who are not in your line of work. And then the next thing we want to look at is your target audience. Now, your brand, you need to understand that you are not for everybody. When you're coming out online, for those of you who do not have a very good online presence, you need to understand that not everybody on social media will engage with your posts. Not everybody on social media would connect with your brand. You have a target audience, and then you need to concentrate on your target audience. And when you are all over the place, you get confused. But then when you stick to your target audience, it becomes a lot more easier for you, because you are with your people, you're with your tribe, you're with your community, people who understand, people who can resonate with whatever value it is you're bringing to the table. But then when you are pushing out those, when you're projecting yourself to people who are not your target audience, it's frustrating. I mean, you make posts and nobody engages with it, and the people who engage with it are, they actually do not understand what the post is all about. You know, you are in the wrong space, and you need to find your way around that. And then the next thing is positioning statement. A positioning statement could be, um you could find a way around that in your Instagram bio, your Facebook bio, because these are basically the first things people get to see. More like, I'm an experienced web developer, passionate about creating amazing user experiences through, say, responsive design and cutting edge technologies. I mean, when people get to see that, they know that, oh, this guy develops websites and they are actually user friendly, right? So it's a lot more easier for you. So it's very important that you find your way around putting out this positioning statement, that once people get to see, they know that this is what you represent. Once people get to see, they know that this is what this person's brand is all about. One of my students were talking about, she said she has not gotten any job on Facebook, that she has been getting jobs on freelance platforms, but then she hasn't really gotten any job on Facebook. And I'm like, wow, I think you're not doing something right. Can I see your Facebook? Can you share your link with me? And then she shares the link. And I'm like, are you kidding me? You're expecting someone to actually reach out to you. All you do is play. I mean, nobody who goes to your Facebook account would know that you do social media management. So how do I get to hire you for social media management jobs? But then she does that very well on LinkedIn, and she gets jobs there. So if you want to get opportunities in a particular social media platform, in a particular space, you need to position yourself properly for those opportunities. I mean, it's not magic, right? You need to put in the work to get whatever result it is you want. Now, building an online presence that attracts opportunities. I know this is what we've been waiting for. Building an online presence that attracts opportunities has to do with you creating a strong positive presence for yourself, for your business on the internet, in a way that makes others interested in working with you, in a way that makes others interested in offering you valuable opportunities. I mean, if people go to your LinkedIn, if people go to your Facebook, would they be interested in working with you? Would they be interested in offering you opportunities? Okay, so this has to do with you maximizing social media. It has to do with you maximizing your websites, online networking, showcase your skills, showcase your expertise, showcase your personality in a way that captures the attention of potential clients, in a way that captures the attention of potential partners. You know, the goal is to make yourself stand out and be seen as someone worth connecting with for various beneficial opportunities. Now, LinkedIn is a very important social media platform. It's a very important platform if you are in the tech space. I mean, if you're in tech space and you don't have a LinkedIn account, I think you are wrong. LinkedIn is very important. You need to create a LinkedIn profile that includes a professional photo as, you know, your profile picture. You need to keep it professional. I mean, it's a platform where you expect to get jobs, so you don't just want to play around all the time. You know, have a headline that positions you, like the positioning statement that I talked about earlier. I have a headline that showcases your unique skill, a summary that reflects your brand's essence, a summary that reflects detailed work experiences, that reflects your achievements and your endorsements. And then you might want to consider having a personal website. You might want to consider getting a web developer to showcase your portfolio of, other projects that you've done in the past. Okay, if you cannot afford to do that, AI is here to help us. I know of a website of an AI tool that allows you create a website by yourself, and you have to do that in a couple of minutes. So all these things are at your fingertip. So you need to have a personal website and other social media networks like Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. Position yourself, build an online presence that would attract opportunities to you. You can just sit on your couch and you have opportunities running to you. I mean, there was this month that I had about three recruiters reach to me on LinkedIn. I'm like, oh wow, what's happening? I mean, I'm not applying for any jobs, not like I'm job hunting, but then people keep reaching out to you that they have an opening and they want you to check out if you are interested. So this could actually be your story if you decide to build an online presence that would attract opportunities to you. And moving to the next slide, strategies for maintaining a cohesive online presence, a balanced online presence. So I'm going to share a couple of strategies with us, and I'm hoping that you get to implement them and your online presence would begin to get you opportunities. Now, some of the strategies that would help you achieve this is consistent branding. For me, I use the same profile picture across all my social media platforms. I feel like this makes me a lot more consistent. I mean, if you check my Facebook, this may not count for other people, but for someone who does social media management, I feel like it counts for me. I use the same picture across all. I think Twitter is different, but then Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn have the same picture as my profile picture. And you need to have a cover photo that talks about what you do. Maybe it's a simple design and your picture there, and you're like, a miracle, and I do this, I do that. Very simple stuff that you could just put out from Canva. You need to be consistent. And then, like I said, consistency in branding does not revolve around colors, does not revolve around your logo. It could be the tone of your message. I mean, when I put out a post and people read, they know that, oh, Miracle wouldn't post this. Are you sure her account wasn't hacked? Right? So you need to maintain that consistency. So when you make a post, people know that you've made a post. People know that, oh, this post is from her. People know that, oh, this is from this person. I trust this person to deliver quality work because this person has been consistent over time, right? The next thing you want to look at is content strategy. You want to share valuable content related to your field. If you want people to give you web development jobs, they need to come to your account and see you actually sharing pro tips on web development, and they know that, oh, this person has a lot of knowledge in his or her industry. Okay, so I understand that you can get busy. I mean, you get to a particular level where you're very busy for social media, but now that you're still building, you need to find your way around, creating time. You can schedule this post, maybe schedule 2 weeks ahead, and then you share valuable content relating to your field. Okay, this helps you position yourself as an expert. I mean, if I need someone who designs websites on WordPress on Facebook, I know one lady that I'll just go to because she's always talking about it. She's always talking about, things you can do as a web designer. She's always talking about it. And once I have any job relating to her industry, she comes to my mind, right? So you need to be sure that you position yourself as an expert in your field. And then the next thing you want to do is network. no man is an island, they say. So you need to join online forums, groups, communities. There are communities on LinkedIn, there are communities on Facebook where you get to discuss with other people, you get to participate in discussions, you get to share your knowledge and build relationships. Okay, and now this networking can actually lead to collaborations and you getting potential clients. Okay, the next thing is personal branding. Like I said earlier, talking about brand is not just about having a company. It's not just about having a business. It could be just you as a person in tech doing whatever it is you are doing. So share your personal story and journey to make a deeper connection with your audience. I mean, everyone who have been following me for a while knows that knows why I got into tech. And growing up, I had always wanted to be a medical doctor, and I mean, gained admission twice, and I was unable to pay up my acceptance fee before the deadlines. And somehow it dawned on me that I needed money to fund my dreams. I mean, this is Nigeria. Everybody needs money to fund their dreams. So I had to start looking for money, and while on that, I decided to make money from my passion. I've been all over social media, so I decided that I could actually make money from what I do. So everybody know the story about me. It's more like me trying to create a deeper connection with my audience, and they see that these experiences is what actually sets you apart from everybody. You shouldn't be scared of telling your story. You shouldn't be scared of in connecting with people. This is what makes you unique. Then client testimonials can actually come in handy. If you've been able to complete any successful project, please share. Okay, if you got any contract, you may not want to share the figures. I totally understand, but then let people see that you're actually doing something, and then all those congratulations on your post, it's actually doing something. It's passing a message across. People know that this person is doing something. And very importantly, continuous learning and sharing. In tech, as a person in the tech space, I want you to understand that you can't know it all. You need to stay updated. You need to stay updated with the latest trends. I've been developing websites for 10 years, and I think I know it all. Guy, you're going to get outdated. You're going to get irrelevant, okay? Because new methodologies, new way of going around things keep coming up every now and then. So you need to stay updated with latest industry trends. You need to attend webinars, you need to attend workshops, conferences such as these to become better person, and then also adapt to feedback. When you're working, you're definitely going to get feedback from your audience. You're going to get feedback from your clients. Adapt and improve. Feedbacks are not to make you look like you don't know what you're doing. Feedbacks are there to make you better, to make you improve. So you pick up those suggestions and you actually look at, oh, this is correct. I feel like I'm not doing this right. And you find your way around getting better. So that's what feedback does for you. It's not to put your work down. I think this has to be the last slide where I talk about leveraging your online presence in job search. Now, I need you to be strategic about what you do online. I need to be very strategic about connecting with people. I was in an interview, I think last year, and while we were on the screen, we were making use of Zoom for that interview, and I'd already sent my CV, sent my portfolio, and there and then on the interview, I was asked to share my Facebook link and Instagram link. I was like, wow. And they had to go through it right before me. I was like, what is this? What are these people doing? Why do you have to? I mean, so if I was actually sharing, irrelevant stuff on social media, so this would have just been a blow on my face. And I need you to be very careful about what you do. I need to be very strategic about what you do online. Okay, your online presence can significantly impact your job search success. Now, you might want to start by optimizing your LinkedIn profile, showcase your skills, your experience, your accomplishments, connect with professionals in your industry, expand your network, and increase visibility. Connect with people, networking has a way of making you better in whatever it is you're doing. A lot of us get jobs through recommendations. I worked for this person and this person needs a web developer. I have a friend who does that, and I just go ahead and refer my friend. So this is how it works. So you need to find your way around connecting with people. Don't say, oh, I'm not a social type. I'm actually an introvert, and you're not going to believe that. Okay. So you need to find your way around connecting with people, expand your network. It's going to help you, it's going to do you good. Then create a website if you can, a personal website, maybe a 1, 2, 3 page website that once people click, they see everything they need to know about your work, history, everything they need to know about the things you do, everything they need to know about your tech career and things like that. Okay, this is actually very important. And then find your way around engaging in meaningful online interactions. Like I said earlier, you have to be very strategic. Share insightful content related to your field on social media. Network purposefully. When I say network with people, I don't mean network with just everybody. Network purposefully. Be strategic about it. You have to connect with recruiters, you have to connect with professionals, connect with companies that you are interested in. Okay, meaningful connections can lead to valuable job leads and referrals. And then tailor your job applications. You need to customize your cover letter. I don't know how you make use of the same cover letter to apply for over 10 jobs. I mean, it's not going to work that way. So while you're working on your online presence, I need you to also do the other things that you need to do to be able to get opportunities online. Okay, so you need to ensure consistency across all your platforms is very important. Your personal brand should reflect professionalism, and it should align with the image you present during interviews. Now, I mean, imagine that I'm a totally different person online, and then I'm a totally different person in the interview. That day, it would have been a total disaster. Okay, so you need to be sure that whatever your brand online shouldn't contradict with who you are. Okay, regularly update and monitor your online presence. If there's any outdated information, if there's any irrelevant content, I need you to take them out. I want you, after the conference today, to go to your socials and start doing a cleanup. If you have to take out irrelevant content, take out irrelevant information, take out all those social media banters. That's not why you're there. Okay, there are times I make a post with a hashtag temporary post, and you come back the next day, you're not going to see that post on my wall anymore. We played for the time being. Okay, so if you have irrelevant content, please take them out. Ensure that your digital footprint is up to date. It's very important. So by the time you incorporate all the strategies that I've shared, I am very sure that your online presence would get better and your job search would be more effective. So this is the point where I say thank you so much for listening. If you have other questions, I'll take them from here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. We have a few questions in the comment section, and I will. Where is my network? I will ask these questions now. The first one is, please, which skill? This is by Malix Leo. Please, which skill should I learn that can earn me good amount of money in the littlest period of time? Let me ask that again. Please, which skill should I learn that can earn me good amount of money in the littlest period of time?
Okay, first thing I want to say is that approach is wrong. you don't get into skills because you want to get money in the littlest amount of time. Okay, I think it's a very wrong approach. And second thing I want to say is I don't think there's any skill that can't make you money, whether you are into digital marketing, whether you are into coding, whether you are into um, prompt engineering and things like that. I need you to understand that you can make as much money as you want from whatever skill set it is you have. The first thing you need to do is position yourself as an industry expert, like I said, and you can only do that if you've learned all you need to do about the skill. If you've learned everything you need to learn, at that particular point in time. So you look for something that you have your passion resonates with. I mean, if I'm doing something that I don't love, I may not put in so much effort into it. So when you're making a choice of skill, there are so many things that you need to put into consideration before money. Okay, so there are so many people who make lots of money from what they are doing, but on the long run they had to ditch it for what they love. So you need to put a lot of things into consideration, and money shouldn't be the first. And I do not do skill recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that response. I There is no other question here. They are just asking the same thing. What skill is good to learn? Is digital marketing a good skill? Would you like to answer that?
Yeah, let's
Yes,
after
digital
that let's
marketing
call the
is
next speaker.
okay. So digital marketing is a good skill. It's a profitable one. If you want to get into it, and you have to be you need to be disciplined to do digital marketing. You don't have to code, but then it can be a lot of things. You have to deal with a lot of issues. It gets emotional at some point. I mean, you set up a client's campaign and you're not seeing the desired results. You know that everything is in place and money is going. Money is, you're not seeing anything. Most times I feel like crying. So you need to be someone who is strong willed to get into digital marketing. And yes, it's a profitable one.
Okay. Thank you so much. We have to move to the next speaker now for the want of time. So we appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye.
Okay, yes, I believe the next speaker is ready. And by the next speaker, we are talking about Amarachi Ugabe. I hope I pronounced that well. Amarachi she's a tireless explorer of the data world.
It's okay.
She's okay, yes, she is a data and business intelligence analyst with skills in SQL, that is SQL, Python, Excel, Power BI, Power Automate, Tableau, and problem solving. Okay, she has a way of extracting truth from data and using it to make informed decisions. So we are going to get learn a lot from her wealth of experience as she delves into the topic turning data into gold, the art of crafting winning tech narratives. So the floor is yours now. Hope you can hear me.
All right. Good afternoon. Good evening.
Yes, we
Yes, I
can hear
can
you.
hear you. Can you hear me? Good afternoon. Good evening. Wherever you're joining from, I'm speaking from Port Harcourt. I have two screens. I'm actually sharing one, but I can't see.
So, sorry to interrupt, please. Can you increase your volume a little bit? We can't hear you clearly. Your voice is low.
Is it better now? Maybe I come closer. You know?
Uh,
Is it better now?
it's better now, but is it? Yes, it is, but it's better than it was previously. But can you more? Is it the highest?
Can you hear me now? Okay, I'm using an airport, so trying to. Oh,
I don't know. Others, can the rest of you hear her? Can you hear her clearly? In the comment section, can you hear her? Okay, you can continue then. You can continue. Continue.
Okay, what about now?
Okay.
What about now?
Yes, it's better now. It's better now. It's
Okay, is
much
it
better
clear
now.
now? Is it
Yes.
clearer now?
Yeah, it's
Oh,
clearer now.
thank you.
Yes,
Okay.
it's clear.
Thank you.
It's clearer now. Thank you so much.
A
Yeah, you can
second
continue
challenge.
right on.
I'm sharing my screen. I don't know if you can see it. I have another screen. Looks like it's not showing here.
No, not yet. You can't see it.
Let me try again.
So we can see Amarachi over here, but that other screen sharing, you are not connected to the device is not connected yet, but we can see your name showing that you are present. So you may want to disconnect and then try connecting again. So while you do that, I want to believe we
And
still
time
have
is
one more speaker after Marathi. The amazing Anne is going to come up. Please listen very attentively because our topic, as well as others, is interestingly very important.
Are you finding it difficult sharing your screen?
Uh, do you want
actually
to
I'm
share
using two
that?
screens. That's my challenge.
Do you
Two
want to share
screens.
the presentation to my email?
For want of time. Oh, okay. Let me try again. Present,
Okay.
share screen. Share. Share. I've tried one more time. Oh, this is funny. It's not funny. Okay, can you check back end? Can you just check back end? Let me drop the link. It's a Google slide. Let me drop the link. Probably
Okay.
someone can help me with that.
Okay, that work. Yeah, I've seen it. So
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about this.
while it's loading from my end, I'll be sharing it in a sec. Okay.
Okay, let me just run along while it's coming. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. So sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, and apologies. Please, let's just go ahead. Okay, I'll be talking about turning data into gold. Yeah, the act of crafting winning tech narratives. And one may wonder, why do you want to give a good narrative? Why do you want to craft good narratives or good tech narratives? What's the intention? So the intention is such that at the end of the day, your audience, people listening to you, maybe those in your offices, your managers, your business owners, whosoever you are making a presentation for, at the end of the day, they understand you, and not just understanding you, but they're able to take any recommendation you give to them. Because at the end of the day, you should have an insight. You should get an insight from your data and then be able to provide recommendation, because you don't just analyze the data or look at data just for looking sake. So I hope I'm being heard. I hope I'm being heard. I really hope I'm being heard.
Yes, we can hear you
Okay.
clearly.
So we can hear
I
you.
should
We
go
can hear
ahead.
you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. So now, the first speaker was talking about data. He made lots of discussion on Microsoft Azure, and the backbone or the foundation of it is that the fact that there is data. And some may want to ask, what is data? I don't think there's anybody here that does not know what is data, but just at a layman's speech, we can say data are information. No, not information. Rather, I can say they are records. They are pieces of facts that when you look at them, you can make something meaningful out of them. So that is when you now begin to give it name, like, okay, from this data, I can get an information. From this data, I can see this, I can see that. And with where the world is going to, there is big data. Data increasing in velocity, the speed. There was a time we started with 2G, from 2G, 3G, 3G, 4G, 4G, now 5G. Only God knows the next G we will get to. That's because the speed is increasing more and more and more and more. Then talk about volume. The volume, the size of data that is being generated every day. Whenever you download an app, you're going to put in your email address or your phone number, depending on what the app is for. That information, that email address you've dropped is a data. Whenever you go on social media, you make a tweet, you make a LinkedIn post, you make a Facebook post, whatever you do is data. So you are adding to the volume of data. And then data is also in variations. So you hear people talk about big data, they will say the volume, there are V's, they just call them V's, volume, velocity, variation, I've forgotten the last one. Now, all these things are to tell you that data is going to keep on coming day by day. A lot of people want to come online. Businesses want to be online. Schools, churches, everything want to be online. And for them to be online, there has to be a transfer of data from one place to another. So at the end of this today's presentation, I would believe that you understand how to transform raw data into meaningful and impactful narrative. It won't just be like you just have the data and then you don't transform it to something people can relate with and understand, and then also able to take recommendation. Now, I got this from seedscientific.com website. They said that by 2025, that there will be 175 zettabytes of data in the global data space. I don't even know how I'm going to quantify that zettabyte, but for every 24 hours, there is 500 million tweets, just only Twitter, 500 million tweets on Twitter published. This is data. If companies have business account on Twitter, they are able to monitor what happens. They're able to monitor their customer behavior because of the tweets that people make. If you go to you're just on Twitter, well, it's no longer Twitter, but we are used to Twitter. Is Zstar. If you're on Twitter, you go to Twitter, you just make a post, and that post is beginning to generate maybe some views or some comments. Before you know, some random people, they go under that tweet and they begin to tag maybe banks or tag some companies, some products, some brands. Let's use the word brands. Some brands, they begin to tag those brands to like lay complaints and all that. And there's nobody that, thank God for what a miracle taught us. There's nobody that would want a bad narrative, a bad story about their brand. So what they do is, at any time they get to see the tweet that is on Twitter that someone has made tagging them, they go in to check, okay, what kind of what is the sentiment of this? Is it a good sentiment? Is it something that will boost the performance, or that will boost our business, our brand, or is it something that will damage it? And then they begin to run out very fast. I remember there was someone that had a problem with Jumia. The person was trying to buy something, okay, actually bought the thing, paid for the thing, and was tracking it on Jumia. And then at the time they told him that it's so and so place. At the time they stopped responding. It got up to 1 week, and the person was like, I've been calling, they are not picking, this, that. I just told the person, have you gone to Twitter? The person was like, what will I do on Twitter? I just said, okay, just go to Twitter, make a post, tag Jumia Nigeria, tag anything Jumia you just see, tag them. If possible, put in, just explain what the situation is, and if possible, put in your, I think, tagging ID or something like that. Put in there, and then let's see what will happen. In fact, when you finish doing that, copy the link, the Twitter link, send to me. Let me send to some other people. Let's go to Twitter and make engagement on that post, and then let's hear what will happen. Immediately, this young man did it in less than 30 minutes. They resolved, as in they were the ones, he was tired of picking calls. They were the ones calling him left, right, and center, because there is data on social media. Just as Miracle said, people can come to social media and know everything about you, because the posts you make, the videos you share, everything, they're all information and they're all data, just that they're data in different forms. Some are in rows and columns, in tables, while some are media data, some are the ones you type text, that at the end of the day you can give structure to them. Gold and data. Now, you can say that data is raw material. Let's say you want to cite a business, and that business is, okay, you want to be a chef or a renowned restaurant owner, and then you're particular about seafood. For instance, you're particular about seafood. I think that with data being your raw material for this business, I think you may want to find out which part of maybe the country that will grant me access to seafood, number one. Number two, you may also want to know, okay, which people eat or love to eat seafood. You get, so when you get information or data about the location that, or the place that is easily accessible to seafood, and then the people, the choice of people, that will determine where you're going to site your business. So let's look at Nigeria as a case study. I'm not sure that if you want to have that kind of business, you site that business at Sokoto, or you site that business at Zamfara, because the people living there, they don't know seafood, and in fact you won't even get access to seafood. So what a business owner should do is to pick out this information, the location, the place where he or she can have access to those seafood. So that is where you can say, okay, data is a raw material that can help you to build up one or two things. Now, when you now have this data, you're going to explore. The word exploration, you can get, that is what engineers do. Like if you have gold, just as the picture that is being shown to us, you're going to see raw gold. In fact, even crude oil, like people say data is the new oil. Crude oil in Nigeria, if you see the place that the crude comes from, just as the word crude, it is very raw, it is very dirty, it is messy, it is greasy, it is not something that is quite palatable to look at. But because we know that there is something valuable in it, we go all out to now begin to refine it, to now pass it through some processes. We can bring the oil down and then pass it through maybe flow stations, and then they pass it capacity separators to separate oil from water, from gas, and at the end of the day, you begin to refine all those products you get. So that is like you are exploring. So the same thing is applicable to like gold. Gold, when you get it in the raw form, you pass it through different processes so that it comes out shining. You try it through fire, through different processes, that it comes out very valuable. That when someone looks at it, they say, this is pure gold. And then the amount of that pure gold, you know that is going to be very, very expensive. So see data. If you're a data analyst, a data scientist, a machine learning engineer, as long as you have to deal with data, with information, see it as you are an explorer. You are exploring. That's why I always call myself an explorer. I always say I'm EDA. I use explorer, detective, and a little bit of artistic. Yeah. Explorer is because you're going to dig deep into data to find out the things that are in it and how to make it better to get something out of it. That is also like a detective. You're asking questions. Okay, why is it that in January our sales were low? Okay, why is it that in July our sales were the highest? Okay, what goods were bought more in July? Okay, why is it that patients with that their sugar level falls between this and this? There are the people that are prone to hypertension. Why is it that, okay, when they get a particular age, there is so and so problem? So you get from data. So there are many clean data. How do you clean data? Let me just give a simple instance. Let's say you sent out a form to people to fill, like their name. Okay, the name may not really have a problem. You fill out data for people to fill, like their name, their date of birth, and then okay, let's just go with name, date of birth, and sex. Let me just use this for instance. Now, in the name, even if you specify on that form, put all in capital letter, it is very few persons, or let me not say very few persons, not everyone will write their names in capital letter. Some other persons may write it in mixed, maybe first letter will be upper case, while some may even write all on lower case. Then if you put in a date field that require people to fill in dates, and you don't put a calendar in it so that people can just pick, just use the picker option and pick out the exact date, you're going to see different pattern of dates. Some may put, they'll just write, let's say 26th August 2026. Why some may just write 26/08/2023. Why some 28 hyphen. So you're going to get different patterns of dates because you were not specific. And then maybe you didn't have at the back of your mind that you would need to have if possible, a clean data to reduce your transformation on those data. The same thing with, let's say you're talking about sex. Now, sex is quite easy, or gender rather, is quite easy because you just have maybe just two, or well, for us in Nigeria, or in Africa per se, you just have just two, male and female. So if you leave it open-ended, people can just type male, they can type female, and it may be in capital, it may be in small letter. But if at the back of your mind, you want to reduce your data transformation processes and then have really time to dig in information from that, what you're going to do is on that form, that's a gender field, you're going to make it to be, instead of open-ended, you're going to make it option, as in to have options, choice, so that people can just click female, click male, and that's it. So it's going to be easier to clean. Now, if you have these forms, maybe, okay, you have location, for instance, location, USA. Someone is in USA. Because that your location, you did not put a picker where someone, you did not pick a picker where someone can pick USA, Aba, Abuja, stuff like that, and you leave it open-ended. Anybody can go there and write United States of America. Another person will write Port Harcourt. Another person will write PH. At the end of the day, you have given yourself so much work to do. But if at the back of your mind you understand and know that you really, really need to have a clean data, you should reduce the effort you put on transforming all those data. Now you're going to be conscious of how you send out the data to people, so that maybe that location, you're going to put a picker where people can pick the date, and then it becomes easier for you. So that is to show you that there are different kinds of transformation we put on data sets depending on the tool the data is in. Remember that I'm not focusing about tools for now or for this conference or for my presentation, but Dahel is a business that can help you much later if you want to go into data analytics, data science, is business intelligence is their specialty. They will take time to deal with all those tools. Now, each tool has different ways and different patterns of transforming this data, so that at the end of the day you have a data that is accurate, you have a data that is that is not biased. You don't have like male, M-A-L-E, you have blank, or there are places that are blank, and then at the end of the day, instead of having there are many things you may want to do and you encounter various difficulties. So it's important to clean your data. It's important to have it in the right format, in the right pattern, in the right sense of it, consistent, so that at the end of the day you have a beautiful story to tell. Now let me give an instance. Let's look at this thing like you want to cook a meal. Let me use vegetable soup, Nigerian vegetable soup, for instance. Now, when you come back from the market, or even if you have every stuff in your house and you put your meat on fire, and I'm sure that you won't just take that vegetable and put inside the pot like that. You have to pick out some things that are not okay, especially maybe like water leaves. You need to pick out some things, and then you need to put it on and wash it and be sure that there is no water and there is no sand and it is clean. You wash once, twice, depending on your preference, and then you begin to cut. So your process of all those slicing the vegetable, slicing the onion, you are sure that the meat, maybe the fish, you remove the bone, and you are doing all those processes, and you put the food on fire. You finish cooking the food. You would want that at the end of the day, when someone takes a bite of that food, the person will not bite sand. When someone takes a bite of it, the person will not eat something appalling. So it's just like this data analysis or data science is like you are cooking a meal and you want that meal to be presentable, that even after cooking the food, you put it in a plate or in a tray, that someone looks at it and the person is already, even if the person was not hungry, but is already appetizing. So that is what it is. It's all about putting this data into something that is very, very good, something that is very neat, and then you talk about it in a way that even if it's a layman, the person will be able to understand everything you have said and then be able to digest all the information. Now let's go to the act of creating these narratives. Now I talked about data being accurate, being reliable, being relevant to your narrative. I'm not sure that you'll be talking about sales of a particular product, sales of a company, and the company specializes in shoes. And when you want to talk about story, you're now going to start talking about bread. No, they are not in the same, they're not they don't even click at all. So you should have a clear structure where you want to start and how you want to tell the story. And remember that sometimes you are the technical person, but the people you'll be talking to or talking with or making your presentations to are not technical at all. So you need to speak in a way that they will understand you. Okay. Then you talk about character. Like I said, character is data has character. Let me use the word. Okay, just like movies, there are characters. They'll tell you, you know, when we were growing up, we used to say, this is an actor need to die. But at the end of the day, we know that all of them are all actors as long as they acted the movie. So the character is your data. You should be able to even tell, where did you get this data from? Let's say you are building, you are building. But if is a data from your company that your company has given to you, you will not be like, okay, this is the data that I got from HR department, or this is the data that is from so and so department. It should be a bit specific. And then the data, you should tell us the problem, or you should tell us, okay, why is it that in the first place we are analyzing this data, or what do you want to bring out of it? You get. Then you should be able to tell, okay, I think I have come up with a solution that can help. Maybe the problem was sales are dropping in Aba, and you went to get the data from Aba to really find out why sales are dropping. You get. So the solution or the things you found that were the reasons for the drop in sales, you should be able to bring them out, and then you should be able to show all these things graphically. And there are different kinds of infographics or different kinds of charts you can use depending on what you're presenting, whether it's a report or a dashboard, whichever. But you should be able to show this in a pie chart, as the case may be, in bar chart. There are different kinds of bar chart, in line graphs, in tables. There are just so many. By the time you get deeply into data analytics or data science, and I'm sure that those people that are really into the data field, because I think I listened to someone that was asking a question on that she has been hiding, she's doing data this, data that. So I know that most of them know the right tools, or the right charts rather, to use at a particular time. So visuals like charts, graphs, infographic, they make your data relatable. Someone will just look at the data and say, this one has the longest bar. So because that one has the longest bar, rather, it is the one that has more, maybe more sales, depending on what you are trying to get. Then sometimes you put in, there is what is known as conflict or tension. You bring it in. Conflict may like they bring to you like the kind of challenges you encountered, while even tension, the kind of, while I was trying to work on this data, I really found out this problem, or I feel I had some limitation. I was not able to get information from so and so department about this. Or if the data source you got it from a public space, you can categorically just state that, okay, this data, okay, let's just calm down. It is true that I am saying that product A has the highest sales because of this, but look at it from this dimension. I got this data from so and so place, and I don't have access to the people that put up the data to find out the entire value chain of this data. So sometimes you need to put up all those things so that you don't give an insight or a recommendation that at the end of the day people look at it and it is totally nonsense, or they look at it and then it does not make sense at all. Okay. Now, like I said, that the art of creating narrative, we should use relatable examples and use cases. We should be able to simplify our concepts, avoid jargon, because most times you are not talking to technical people, you are talking to non-technical people. You should be able to relate data insights to real world scenario and all that. Now, let me just look at let's look at Nigeria for an instance. By the way, why is there a case in court? So there is a case in court, a tribunal electoral case, because of data. Yes, because there is, not there was, because it's still on, there is a data breach. And that is to show you how important it is to tell good narrative with your data. As it is now, the whole world is waiting for Nigeria or judiciary, sorry to bring this in, but it's important to make these things relatable, or to make these things come home. The whole world is looking at what narrative will Nigerians tell from this data, because some set of people are saying a particular person won 12 states, some other person are saying he won 16 states, some other persons are saying 25%, some other person are saying 10%. You get that is because there is data, and that is to tell us how important data is, and why, if we are going to be data analysts or data scientists or machine learning engineers or whosoever that deals with data, you should try every means possible to avoid data bias, because that is why the country is where we are now, because a set of people breached the data source. The source from data to get to the right place is supposed to get to, and that's where we are. That's to show you how important data is. So one number, two numbers, three numbers can cause a great damage to an industry, to a country, to a state, to a people. Imagine now that you want to work with, that's I also talk about domain knowledge. Now let's say you want to work on you want to talk on health. For me, I'm not a health person, so I kind of try to avoid analysis on health care. But if I'm going to do any analysis on health care, I will go and study. You know why? Because if I come and see maybe an information on sugar level, no, let me use something I'm more conversant with. Let's say I want to work on geographical data, and I am not all this architecture and all
Okay, I think we lost our guest. I hope she'll be right back. Ifeanyi, are you still alive?
I think we lost her. Hopefully she'll be back soon. Hopefully she'll be
Yeah,
back soon.
so let's try to um, round this up so that we call in the next speaker and get questions as well. Samarachi back?
No,
I'm back.
she's
I'm
not.
back. I'm
Okay,
back.
okay, she is. She
Sorry,
is.
Your village people came.
I'm back. I don't know what not. Sorry, sorry, very sorry. I don't know. I was just knocked out. Is where it can be. It can be funny. Okay, so I was talking about cooking a good meal that someone will eat, and the person will answer that, I really ate food today. So now you may be wondering, okay, how are these things done? I'm going to walk us through. Please, you help me with. There are links on my slide towards the second to last slide. When I get there, just help me go through them. But let me talk about examples of companies that have used data and turned it into gold, and at the end of the day they have given good narratives. We have Amazon. They use data for inventory management, supply chain, and all that. Even Netflix, they use I think recommendation model and all that. Google search engine, you may be searching for something on Google. In fact, it can be on Facebook, and maybe you mistakenly clicked on Jumia once, so it can just even be once, so, and maybe you just checked shoes and went your way. The next 2 days, maybe you went back to Facebook. Before you know, Jumia will now start showing you more shoes. Before you know, Jumia will even show you bag. Jumia will be showing you this. So what is Jumia doing? They've been able to understand your preference because you use Facebook, and they've been seeing what you've been doing. They've been able to understand your preference, they even know your location and some other information about you. They know the previous search that you've done. So that's why they keep recommending all those things for you or to you. So that's the same thing that Netflix does. If you've watched the movie, they'll bring similar movies to you, recommend them to you so that you watch. Tesla, what Tesla did, Tesla is a car. When the drivers, they're able to see the driver's behavior, the sensors in the car, and all that. So they use that to like let's say monitor or predict the way cars move, and others, they are automated car. So because they've been able to do good data cleaning, they've been able to understand their audience to their products, and then they've been able to push it out. And as they push out, people use it, they still analyze the people using it, their preferences, their choice, their location, and virtually everything about them. They're able to now predict and let me not use the word manipulate, but let me say they're able to predict what people would want. Zillow is I think real estate. They've been able to also use data to know that, okay, if there is a house in Los Angeles that is maybe 4 bedroom, I don't know how it's called there, and because it's closer to a beach or this or that, the price of the house there should be let's say 25. What is 25? Okay, should be $2,200. So because they've been able to get the cost of houses in a particular location, depending on the size of the house, the amenities in the house, the facilities in the house, they can have a house pricing. So if anyone at any point in time tells you that, okay, I'm looking for a house in so and so place, they don't need to go and start calling people around. I beg, no verse. This house here, how much is this? How much is this? From their model, what they've used data to do, they are able to predict the price there. And by the way, if you are in the data field, data analysis is more like the starting point, or you can even say data engineering is more like a starting point, because you need people to build the pipeline for this data to come in. So data analysis is more of the starting point where you can tell them what is happening in the data. At some point, you move forward to the data scientist part, where you're able to now predict and now build models from that existing data you've done. So as a data analyst, your job is very critical. If you don't, at the end of the day, have a clean data for people to see what you to have. If you don't have a clean data, rather for to enable machine learning engineers to work on them, it will become very, very, very difficult. Now, please help me with the last slide so that we can go to some of the works I've done. If you are telling story for someone that is still building, there are places we tell our story. You want people to see what you've done, just as Miracle talked about branding. For the data people will have like GitHub, we have like Medium, we even have LinkedIn. Sometimes you need to tell people what you've done or show them what you've done. You should be able to tell a beautiful story around it so that everybody understands, and at the end of the day, they see you as you know what you are doing. Now, let me make two presentations and make a presentation on inventory, and you just came up, you finish analyzing it, your managers, everybody, they're sitting down, they're waiting for you. Maybe it's an on-site presentation, even if it's a virtual presentation, and you just come up there and you say, today we are going to talk about supply chain. And when you look at this chart in the company, you see that we have shoes selling more, we have this one selling more, we have this. Fine, you've made the presentation, they're seeing the chart, they're seeing your graph, it is fine. But compare that scenario, then compare this other scenario where someone comes up and the person just begins to say, yesterday I went to the showroom and I saw 20 loaves of bread. And I'm wondering why we have 20 loaves of bread in the warehouse when people need Fanta. So by the time you say that kind of thing, you have brought let's say a conflict, 20 loaves of bread and Fanta. How do they relate? Once you say that kind of, let's say, conflicting or that kind of, like, call it hook, people's attention is you've triggered their attention. They want to know, okay, what is bread doing with Fanta? So you can now begin to now tell them, okay, I want to talk about inventory analysis. I use the instant of bread and Fanta because people will not be wanting Fanta and then you have bread in your warehouse. You should have in your warehouse what people want to buy. You should stock your warehouse with what people want to buy. Imagine your customer came to buy Fanta and has been asking for Fanta and Fanta and Fanta, and what you have is bread and bread and bread. How do you want to make sales? How do you want to grow your business? That is why you need to have an analysis of your inventory. So by the time you come up with this kind of statement or that kind of presentation, people begin to listen and say, oh, so really that is why we have a need for inventory analysis. Okay, so what is inventory analysis? Okay, you now need to know, okay, what are people buying? What do we have in the store? What do we have in the warehouse? How is the order? Do they order for bread daily or do they order weekly? What is the quantity of the order? So by the time you begin to think in that direction, you will now know that you have succeeded in gaining the attention of people. So please, if I help me with my slide, you can go to the very first one. It's on GitHub. You can just go to it. It's an inventory management analysis. Wow, maybe that's what I'm talking about, inventory management. The last slide. Yeah, just click the first one. Let's see what we have there.
This slide?
Yes, that link. There's a link there. It's clickable, the GitHub.
Oh, okay.
Yes, just click the first link. And let me just show only one, any of the link for want of time.
So if I
It should
just
take you
click,
to a
go to the first link,
website. I don't
go
know.
to the first link and right click. Right click and then share, open it.
Right click and then share. Yes, it's opening.
Yes,
it's opening.
Okay. You may need to just share that slide, that screen. After you share it, I'll be done. So it doesn't freeze again. So sorry.
Can you see the screen? Can you see my screen?
Can you see the screen? Can you see my screen?
Not yet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I guess I'm going to open it from my end. Okay.
Okay, I guess I'm gonna open it from my end. Okay.
Can you see it now?
Try to disconnect from
Can you see it
your
now?
second device.
It's coming up.
From your second device.
Is it?
It's coming up.
Is it?
All right.
Alright.
The last speaker, so sorry for taking your time. I'm almost done.
Can you see it now?
Annie, sorry.
Can you see it now?
Oh, it's okay. It's okay.
It's okay. It's okay.
I think it's loading. Ifeanyi, it's loading.
I can see it from my end though.
I can see it from my end though.
Okay, beautiful. Yeah, it's up now. I can see it. Okay, so this is one of the places I used to store my some of my works. So if you go, if anybody can just look at it and read it and understand it. What have I done? From beginning, I tell you what the analysis is all about. It's an inventory management analysis. And then I tell you about the problem, what I'm trying to solve, the goal of it, the problem statement. So some people need to see why you carrying out this analysis. And then I begin to tell you, okay, the skills and the concepts that I demonstrated. Then you can just scroll down so that they can be seeing it. Then I tell you the data source, where I got the data from. Then all the transformation processes I did, I'm able to tell you, not just writing them, but I'm able to show you the screenshot of all the things that I did. Yeah, that I did. Looking at it, even if someone is a newbie, the person can really go through it. And then I go on to tell you how I modeled data. I go on to now tell you, okay, the analysis I did and the visualizations and all that. At the end of the day, I don't leave you like that. I still give you insight and recommendation. Very important. In fact, on my slide, I always have, not on my slide, rather, on my report, on my dashboard, even if it's Power BI I'm using, even if it's Excel I'm using, even if it's Tableau, I create a space where I write my insights and my recommendation. If you go down this link, you see that I have a slide that talks about not a slide, rather a page that talks about my insights. And then I tell you my analysis, I tell you my limitation. So with this, I am able to walk you through just like what is in my mind. You get to see what is in my mind. You get to hear my thought process. You get to understand my thought process. And anybody can look at this thing and say, wow, it is beautiful. It is this, it is that. That is because I'm able to craft and tell a wonderful narrative. Now, here is a challenge before us. Before I leave, we have a challenge before us, our country. We talk about insecurity, and sometimes kidnappers, they will send what is this thing they send? They send videos of people they kidnapped in so and so forest. People send so and so money, and that video they spread it. You see the video on maybe Facebook or on the they send it to the parents through WhatsApp and all that. With technology, brothers and sisters, we should be able to track where that video came from. We should be able to track with it. Has every video, this thing has a metadata. We should be able to trace it, and then that will give us leadings to know where those kidnappers are. But this is only possible when we begin to have people that are interested in technology, when we have people that are interested in solving problems with data. There are lots and lots of things we can solve with data, including this insecurity problem. So at the end of this conference, I would want you to sit back and look at yourself. All of us, we are data analysts. Yes, you analyze. In fact, some people analyze their food because they want to watch their weight. So they will say, oh, yesterday I took 2 slices of bread. It's getting too much. Let me take 1 slice of bread today. Or I've been eating beans. Let me eat this. You're analyzing your food intake. You're analyzing even your sleep. Some people say, I slept for 4 hours yesterday. That's why I woke up with headache. So today, let me sleep with 8 hours so that maybe my body will balance. So in fact, voluntarily, is that the word to use? You are already an analyst. You're already analyzing anything about you. You're analyzing your height, virtually everything. That is how humans are. So this is a kind of skill that you can use for anything you are doing as a person, even if you don't want to pursue it as a career in the longest time. Thank you for listening to me. Let me see if you have any questions. Please drop your questions and I will attend to them. Do you have questions?
Okay, let me check the group. Uh,
Okay, I'm also watching the comment section.
Okay, let me check the group.
I don't think there is any question for now. I couldn't find
I
any.
don't think there is any question for now. I couldn't find.
All right. Thank you very much and have a beautiful evening.
Okay, sorry. Someone just sent in a
Okay, I'm
question now.
saying, okay.
Yes.
Okay, sorry.
Which
Someone
which
just sent in
tech
a question
skill
now.
should I learn
It's
now
the same
that
question
makes
that
money?
Mercy
Which tech
Miracle.
skill should I learn now
The same
that
question.
makes
I think this
money?
question has been asked before.
It's the same question that someone asked
Same
Miracle.
question. I think this question has been asked before.
Yes, someone asked Miracle that question. Everything you need to work, no matter what you are learning now. Don't have it at the back of your mind that you want to make money. No, 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 no. This is not Yahoo Yahoo. You need to put in the time to learn and compete globally, even if it's compete in Nigeria. You need to put in the work and learn. This is not hit and run something. And we don't recommend skills because it has to do with your ability, your passion, your time, your dedication. A lot is involved in skilling up. So probably you should see maybe a counselor to guide you.
Okay. Thank you
Malik
so
Liu,
much.
I think
Okay. Thank
I've
you
done
so
justice to the
much.
question.
Yes. Thank you so much. We will have to take a short break,
Yes,
very
sir.
short
Thank you so
break,
much.
and then after that,
We will have to
we
take a
introduce the
short break,
very
very
last
short break,
speaker for
and then
tonight.
after that, we introduce the very
Okay. And we have the very last speaker, and I'll have to introduce her. Her name is Annie Anna Anaune. I hope I got that.
Anaune.
Okay, sorry, Anaune. I sincerely apologize. so, so Annie is a highly motivated and talented Java software developer. Wow. She possesses great coding, debugging, and project management skills. So she currently works as a software engineer at Decagon. I hope I got that correct
Deca.
as well. Okay, Decagon. So she'll be taking us on a very important topic. If I must say, I think it's one of the most important topics for today, and she'll be talking about the practical steps to earn in tech. So thank you and welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ifeanyi. Good evening, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to believe that everybody is as excited as me because we are about to talk money. So, before we start, I want to address the person that has been asking questions about the easiest tech skill to get money in the least amount of time. So, I want to tell you that there is no easy way to make money. Not even in Yahoo, not even in prostitution, not even even if you want to do rituals, there is no easy way to make money. You have to put in the work. That is just the gospel truth. So that said, when I was transitioning to tech, the first question I got asked whenever I tell someone I want to transition to tech, they'll ask me, how do you want to make money from it? Because all around, there is always someone around that, has these tech skills. They can build a website, they can build applications, but they don't have money. They're not really doing anything with it. You just see them carrying laptops, but they don't have anything they are doing with it. So when I got asked that question, I had to go back and sit down, and I thought to myself, okay, I started doing my research. I found out that tech skills are actually in demand, as in the demand in tech skills kept increasing, that companies started changing their job descriptions from they stopped focusing on degrees and started focusing more on skills. Okay, so I said, there is a space there, because what that showed me was that companies don't really care if you have a background in computer science or not. So I went ahead and got the tech skills. Now it's not just about going into tech. Making money from it is the real deal. Having all this smart information in your head, and you don't have a way to make money from it, it can be draining. Okay, so the steps I took, the practical steps I took that got me to where I am today, that is the same thing I'm going to tell you. And I am sorry I do not have slides, but I suggest you get your pen ready, because it's going to be quite a ride. Because if you don't know how to write, Utilo, it has gone.
It's
So,
already it's already on the screen. So I expect them to keep notes really.
so to make money in tech, the first thing you need, inevitably, like there is no how you want to transition into tech that you will not have this, and that is the zeal to succeed. You need to be hungry for success, because especially if you are planning to go into programming is difficult. You need to be hungry for success. You need to think about Sapa and be like, Jesus, God forbid. That is when you need
you know that, okay, this should push me into going for what I want. And if you're coming to tech, the second thing you need is an in-demand skill. This is very important. It's not just about acquiring any tech skill with the mindset that, okay, there is money in tech, people are making it in tech. The skill you are about acquiring, how relevant is it? I once talked to someone and he said he can do HTML and he knows Bootstrap. And I said, Hold up. You said HTML and Bootstrap?" And he said, "Yes." I said, "Oh, those are tech skills, but I don't think that thing will get you any money." And I was telling him the truth, because I have seen so many job openings. I've seen so many. And I have never seen anyone say, okay, I want someone that has a skill in Bootstrap. I said, I've never seen it. So I think it makes sense before you go into tech, anyone at all, just make sure you've done your research and that the skill you are about to acquire is actually in demand. If not, you just have the information in your head and it would have wasted both time, both efforts, and everything. You see, things like Fortran, Pascal, Perl, all those skills, I think they are dying. Okay. So you don't really need them. So for people who want to go into programming, for now, I think .NET is the hottest in Nigeria. And after .NET, you get other ones like Node.js and the rest of it. Just do your own research. And now that you have your you have the hunger for success, you have gotten your tech skill, the next thing is to build your personal brand. Find your own way of doing things. Miracle hinted on this. Define what you do, state the values you bring. When someone asks you, what do? You don't hesitate, you just hit the specific values that you bring. This way, when people talk about you, they refer to what you do. Like Peter, Peter, the one that builds mobile applications for companies. Hey, I heard he codes, I heard he uses Flutter and React Native. Okay. I mean, that is better. That is way better than someone addressing you as Peter. Now, that guy that used to work like this. Oh, no, no, no. That is very, very wrong for your brand. Okay. So now I believe I do not have to really go deep into personal branding, because Miracle has already said so much about it. The next step to take is to join a community. Okay. You have the hunger to succeed. You have a tech skill now. You have your personal brand. The next thing is to join a community. The fastest killer in tech is being a lone wolf. You need a community. There are tech communities out there that will welcome you, like this Google developers group is there. I don't think there is any state where there is no GDG. Or you can just Google tech communities near me. Okay. Another thing, attend tech events. Google tech events coming up near me. Volunteer at events. That's how you network. When you meet people, especially when you are stuck at something, maybe you need unblocking, because most people who learn to code, I'm talking about coding now, not just in coding, other aspects of tech too. Most people get blockers. And if you don't have a community, you are going to suffer seriously. I remember when I was learning to code, I started learning on my own before I went for a boot camp. I got blocked one time, and that blocker stayed with me. That bug stayed with me for 2 weeks or 3 weeks. There was no way to debug it. I was just stuck there. Okay, so that's for you to see the importance of community. Had it been I had someone to talk to and be like, okay, please, I have this blocker and I need you to help unblock me. It would have been like a done deal. It wouldn't have taken like 24 hours, but it took me complete 2 weeks. That's the importance of community. So now that you have the hunger to succeed, you have your tech skill, you have your personal brand, you have a whole community behind you. The next thing is to create awareness. Money follows two things: product and awareness. Here, your tech skill is your product. And no matter how good you are, what you do, nobody cares. Nobody knows, and nobody would know. And it simply means you're not going to make a dime from that skill. It will just be a wasted skill, like I stated earlier. You need to create awareness. People need to know what you do. So, how do you create this awareness? You have to build your CV. That is where you start from. Remove all irrelevant skills there, I am the CEO of Bola Milk Chinchin. I used to be the CEO of Bola Chinchin from 2019 to 2022. That's not a relevant test skill. Okay, you have to sorry. So you have to like build your CV, remove any irrelevant skill that is there, and make sure that what is there is what you have done, what you have been doing, and from the most recent to your past works, just relevant tech skills. Now, in building your CV, when you see a job opening and you want to apply, I'll advise you look at the job description, the job requirements, see the things that you can do there, and then put them in your CV. Okay, so you don't have to write a CV and keep. You have to keep editing it. And as you are editing it, make sure you are improving yourself so that you will be in line with the demands of the company that you are applying to. So after you have built your CV, another way you can create awareness is to build your personal portfolio. You have to have a portfolio website that shows that you can do what you said you can do. This is very, very important because in tech, no one takes your word for it. Everybody wants to see what you can do. You know what? Show them. Push your works to GitHub. You see that contribution graph there. If you have used GitHub, there is this contribution graph on GitHub. Make sure it's shining green so that anybody that asks for your GitHub link, the person will be like, wow, okay, he has been doing something. And make sure that you are actually doing something and that whatever you have said you can do, you will do it. Because some employers, when they call you for an interview, there will be a whiteboarding session. That means you will need to share your screen to them and show them what you are doing while they watch you. So you have to be very, very careful with that. Okay, so just find ways to showcase what you can do, and don't forget to always leave your professional email address for everyone to see it so they can contact you easily. Professional email address. Make sure it's not Miss Splashy or Shally Poppy. I don't know. Just have a professional email address so they will know that you are a serious-minded person. Another important point is to contribute to open source projects, especially on GitHub. Another way to create awareness is to have a social media presence. Miracle also hinted on this. Social media presence, starting from LinkedIn. Learn to optimize your LinkedIn. It will help you a lot. Optimize your Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. These are all very good platforms that would show you to the world. Now, it's not all about creating an account on social media. You have to showcase your work. Do a video CV. Me, I did a video CV, and I did it so that everyone, if you're coming to my page, you have to go there so that you would know what I do. So brag about what you do so that your brand can get noticed. Like I said, make sure that whatever you are bragging about, you can do it. Tech is all about show me what you can do. Nobody takes your word for it. Another way to create awareness is to sign up on platforms that would get you jobs. Platforms like Turing offers amazing remote job opportunities, but you will need to go through rigorous assessments. You would write different exams, you would solve algorithms, you would go through different stages of exams before they can accept you. But once Turing accepts you, don't worry, you are made for life. Okay. And there's also crossover. Crossover is also like Turing. And then for other job opportunities, we have Indeed, we have ZipRecruiter, we have Glassdoor, we have Upwork, Fiverr, and the rest. When you sign up on these platforms, have a standard profile. Like have a standard profile on them. For example, on Upwork, you have to have a clear profile picture, a professional profile, that is a headshot. Use keywords in your bio like UI UX designer, Python developer, machine learning engineer, and so on. Now, get few people from your community. This is very, very important. You see that your community, go there, get people to write recommendations for you. Your community are the people who know what you do, even though you have not worked for them, but they know what you do and they know your capacity and they know what you can do. Let them write reviews for you. Reviews go a very long way. So many people do not know this, but you see word of mouth. I've seen this person can do this. Okay, you mean this person. Please try this person out, employ them, they can do this. That alone will get you very, very far. So now that you are getting people to know you, you have to keep improving your skills. Also hone your people skills. Be a good communicator. Very important. Under promise, but over deliver. This is very important for reviews and feedbacks. Trust me, you need those, and make sure you gather those feedbacks and showcase them on social media. When you tell someone, I can do this, make sure that when you deliver that job, that person is like, wow. Let that person say something positive that you can capture and show people, see, I did this and I am good at it. Lastly, now that you have the hunger to succeed, you have your relevant tech skill, you have your personal brand. After personal brand, you have your community, you have created awareness. The last thing you can do to earn money in tech is to diversify your skills. If you are a web developer and you are good at it, you can add technical writing. I'm not saying you must, though. I'm just suggesting for you. I mean, because who can do technical writing better than a technical person? Okay, so learn no-code skills. Learn no-code skills, how to build websites, how to build applications with with no code. These things can help you, save you a lot of time. And maybe if you end up as a freelancer, using templates and platforms with no code skills, having no code skills would help you like move you very, very far and save you a whole lot of time. So the reason why you need to diversify your skill is because when you tell people you are a tech person, they are seeing you as a tech person. They already assume you can build websites, you are a graphic designer, you can hack. They already see you as a hacker. They see you as they see you as someone who can repair phones. So you need to like diversify your skills if you need to earn money in tech, because there is no way side hustle will keep giving people money from now till the end of time. You see, side hustles, that is like your ticket out of poverty in like straight up. So personally, someone like me, I have a social media platform where, okay, I am a Java developer, but I can build websites with WordPress. I can build applications with Bubble, and and so that when someone comes to me and the person wants a sharp job, I do the sharp job. But I usually tell the person, look, I'm going to do this with WordPress, or I'm going to do this, however, whichever way I want to. I'm going to use WooCommerce, I'm going to use Shopify, any way. But I do tell them, and it saves me a lot of time and makes me easy money. So before I go, I want to tell a little story about a video I saw on LinkedIn. Okay, so this young man smeared himself with mud from head to toe, and he was by the bank of a river and had two tiny fishes, which he would use as baits later on. So the young man waited at the bank of that river. He would throw one tiny fish in the river and wait for fishes to come and catch them. When they get there, swiftly he'd grab the fish and drop beside him on the grass. He kept repeating this action. He kept repeating this action until he caught so many fishes and a very big fish. He was happy and he gathered all his fish and went home. So, what do I want to tell you? If you meet anybody, they will tell you that, okay, um, if you need to fish, you need to have a hook and line. You need to have a net. You need to have fishing this, fishing that. That's the conventional way of fishing. But I can tell you that nobody would tell you to smear your body with mud and wait by the edge of the river and ambush fishes when they come to take your bait and grab them with your bare hands. Nobody will tell you that. So what I am trying to tell you is take what I have said, but still find something that works for you, because whatever method, whatever idea, whatever initiative that you think will make you money in tech, and you try it and it works for you, that's a strategy. Go for it. Thank you very much. So if you have any questions.
Okay. Thank you so much. Let me check to see if there are questions in the group and the comment section. No questions for now. Does anybody have any question?
I think I do have a question though.
Okay.
When it comes to getting jobs in the tech space, practically speaking, because a lot of young people, to be very honest,
Okay.
I it just of recent that I started talking about the efforts I made during my internship. I remember taking after my internship in a particular company. I remember taking about 1 week break because my waist, eh, and then I didn't have this type of chair, right? So I was using a I don't know how to describe it, but when I stood up, I was feeling pains. That's to tell you the number of hours I put in during my internship, working on projects. And these companies, they would always use interns, give them tons
Yes.
and tons of jobs. And when I talk about my story in the tech sector, people seem not to remember the sacrifices. They start seeing the money, they start seeing the experience, the traveling, they start seeing the network. And this is, I don't know who is really responsible for this. Maybe some of the influencers we have today telling people if you want to get rich, get into tech. A typical example is um anyway, I do know that my friend in Washington DC, when I met him, this guy, he recently got a house. This was last year. Got a house in Houston. got a nice latest Mercedes, recently got married to an African American. And when I wrote about these things and I said, this is because this guy left philosophy because he was my colleague in Nigeria, left and then went did his masters and then got a job and then started making all these waves he made.
Okay.
When I posted that, people were like, oh, more money day, this tech thing. Oh. I said, Lola, calm down, calm down, calm down. Because there are efforts. So when people talk about all these um, crazy get rich quick scheme kind of thing, they forget to talk about the learning journey, the
Yeah.
experiences, the network, the community, the the type of resume people have on LinkedIn, the type of portfolio they have for themselves. Young people seem to feel that all they need is just register for one tech course. The following month, you are a millionaire, and it shows. It shows really in some of the trainings that we have. For those of them that came with the mentality of immediately after this training, the next
And
day I don't blow. They get so pissed off when that doesn't come. And even when we start the training with some basic skills in Microsoft Excel, introduction to whether it's data analysis or product design, they kind of get, and then it comes to maybe the second month of their training, they'll be like, I didn't. I know things say this thing will take time like this. So I was thinking I'll just enter and come out. You know, they just felt. So what have been your experiences in this regard, and what would you say to those type of young people? Because honestly, I've lost words. I'm not good with motivating people. To be honest, I'm not good with motivating people. I've lost words. I'm a very practical oriented person. I don't, even if you check the comment section now and even afterwards, those who will watch it, the replay, there would always be, how am I going to make money? How am I going to make money? Nobody's talking about how do I get better with the skills I have? How can I compete? How can I get to X or Y to be able to make X or Y amount of money? No one is talking about, I don't have the patience really. So what have been your experiences and what have been the challenges and one
uh,
thing you want to say to this group of persons?
so personally, I have looked for, when you're going into tech, like you said, you have this mindset that once I'm out, I am made. And then you come out and you realize that, wow, you really need to show yourself. I have gone for an interview where I met someone who has 7 years experience. I was like, oh God, please, are you here? He said, yes. How many years experience? He said 7 years. And I'm like, so why are you here? He said that he needs a job. And this person already has something he's doing. So in tech, like I said, if you are getting a skill, get a skill that is relevant. And not just relevant, a skill that takes on entry level engineers or techies, because there are some skills you learn, like the Java I am doing. Most companies, they don't take entry level Java engineers, they prefer .NET. So but the hack there is, if you want to do .NET, sorry, if you want to do Java, start with .NET, so that when you have like 3 years experience, you can start learning Java. It is still a tech skill. You'll still pass for someone who has 5 years experience when it gets to 5 years. So they don't count it like Java is 2 years and .NET is no. You have been coding consistently for 5 years. That is what they will take. So if you want to make money in tech, you actually have to, like, go for a tech skill that would get you money. That's one. Two, you have to get good, keep improving yourself, keep practicing. Nobody wants to dash you their money just like that. You have to show what you can do. There are so many people that want to answer, okay, I can do this by mouth, but they have nothing to show for it. They cannot actually do it. So if you want to make money in tech, one, Make sure that you are really, really good at what you are doing, because companies don't mind hiring someone that has three other jobs aside but can do this particular one. They will tell you, okay, they'll even be pampering you. Okay, how do you want to do it? How do you want to share your time? How do you want to so then, and if they find out that you are good and that you are a fast learner, instead of giving someone outside that job meant for you, they will tell you to learn this, that they need it. So the only thing is to get good at what you are doing. Get good. And no matter what you do, make sure you land a first job. Create awareness. Let people know what you are doing. Fight for it like your life depends on it, because actually your life depends on it. Fight to get that first gig. It's only one gig that you need to blow in tech. So if you're coming out now and you are a beginner and it's tough. It's nobody is going to hand things over to you just like that. It is quite tough. Okay. Again, don't aim for big names. Don't I don't think they don't there is really no job there. They don't have much things to do. They already have people that are doing things for them. Okay. So go for all these startups, these small firms that are coming up. You can build your career from there. So it's really not about getting a tech skill. You really need to like work your ass off so that you can make the money in tech. So that's it.
Thank you so much. I just hope that they've listened, and I
Okay,
really personally I do
okay,
really
okay. I
appreciate you
someone
for
dropped. Oh,
staying
okay, please.
to this point. Can you hear me? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Yeah. If I check your WhatsApp, yeah, while he does that, I want to appreciate you particularly, and for showing up, being here on time, and being here from the beginning of our presentation today up to the end. Personally, I appreciate you, and I see an opportunity to get to work with you, even know what you're doing so much more better, and even after the conference. I think the takeaway from this is for those who are hoping to earn in tech, the truth is that I see people these days, young people again, when they just finished a boot camp, you go and see a senior data analyst or senior developer position, you go and apply, and then you start fasting that God should answer your prayers. God should answer your prayers. Meanwhile, the skills you have is for an entry level, developer or skill. Now, if you are still finding it difficult to get into entry level positions, I do tell people again, try interning with companies or try volunteering. Or perhaps you know somebody who is a senior developer, someone very close to you. This is the hack. This is what I did actually. Someone who is close to me as a senior developer. He was a senior data analyst. So I told him, you know what? While I'm waiting for a job, anytime you have anything to do and you take your office stuff, whatever, back home, please share with me and just give me some assessment, give me something to do so that I can help you. And because he trusted me and he wanted to be legally secured, we had to draw a contract where he would say that nothing I share from the company with me, I shouldn't share it, things like that. And then I started working with him. So each time he has a project from his office, he'll just push it to me. Oh yeah, do it. And then before he submits it, he will now say, okay, before this is what I would have done if I were the person doing this. So he would tweak it before submitting. So I did this for like two to 4 5 months before I was able to land a proper internship. And then I now said, when I was applying for the internship role or for the job, even much later, I now said something like, I was able to assist a senior developer in this organization, handle project A, project B, project C, and so on. So that the way I was anything that keeps you, gives you the leverage makes you stay apart, even when you're just learning a tech skill. Please leverage on it and just be smart about it as well. And it's just so good that you brought up most of these issues. Please watch out for, I will disturb you a little bit. I did disturb well much later in future. And I don't know if there is any of my students, some of them was asking, asked a question where you learned your Java. I see questions like how they can connect with you. Maybe you can share your LinkedIn or your social media handle so that they can connect with you as well. And I think there's a question I need to respond to. Um, So if you want to delve into data analysis, please reach out to us on social media, Dial Consultants and Techies. We have a September cohort of training coming up. All our trainers are Microsoft certified and all of them are working in real time as data analysts. One of our criteria in getting trainers is that we don't get people who just finished with one boot camp and you feel that you are the oga or the madam. We get people who are actually working. You have to, when you are talking to our students, it will show that this guy or this lady or this woman is actually doing the work. So people from the field are actually preferred because we want the experience, we want the courage, we want the confidence. So if you want to get into data analysis, you can join us for the next cohort in September. There are some new courses we are also introducing for the health techies, courses like cybersecurity, Microsoft Azure. We talked about that earlier on. One of our guests, Oluwaseyi, he'll probably be the one taking the course. And then we're hopefully looking out to reach out to other people and see how we can encourage them to connect with our students, because not many people are interested in data analysis and not many people are interested in some of these courses. We just want to build an opportunity to connect with qualified trainers privately and also using our groups. So, Anne, I don't know if you don't mind connecting with our students afterwards. We have a
Okay.
Telegram group of more than 5,000 students and
Wow.
thousands of students from our emails. We'll send emails alongside encouraging them to connect with you as well, even after the conference. So, thanks so much. Let me not talk too much.
All right. I am on LinkedIn as Anne Anawune, and I am on Instagram as Tech Bells. I think that's where you can connect
Can
with
you
me.
type it, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm. Instagram. Okay. So Instagram is Tech Bells. Those are the two um, easiest ways to get in contact with me.
Okay. Put that in the comment section.
Okay. Thank you. So about where I learned Java, I did Java at Decagon Institute. It was a boot camp, a 6 months boot camp. So just in case you want it.
Any final words?
I'm good. I'm
Over
good.
to you, moderator. Thanks so much, and I appreciate it.
Very much. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Anne. We have learned a lot from today's session. And speaking from my own personal experience about the data analysis course, it is a mind blowing experience, and I can assure you that if you decide to enroll for that course, you would not regret it in any way. The trainers are amazing. When I say amazing, they are wonderful set of people who have vast knowledge of experience in the data field, and they are going to take you through every single thing you need to know about data analysis. So when we are done with this session, just go to any of the social media handles and then search for the Hell Consultants and the techies, and then reach out to them. You will not regret it. It's a promise. That is an assurance I can give you. I have tried it, I have tested it, and it is trusted. Okay, how can I find it difficult to share this? I want to share my screen, but I'm finding it a
Do you
little
see
challenging.
the present icon?
Yes, yes, that is not a problem. I want to open a file from my WPS, but I don't know how to connect to that file.
Okay, I'm
Can,
trying
can
to see
someone?
how I can present it. Or maybe
Yes.
just call out the names of the tomorrow's guests.
Okay, then for tomorrow we have. If you think you enjoyed today's session, then tomorrow will be mind blowing. Tomorrow we have five more amazing people who have a vast knowledge and experience in the tech field. They have gotten to the pillars in their different careers, and they will be here tomorrow to share their ideas, to share their knowledge, to share things that will benefit you as you make your transition into the tech space. Whether you are a complete novice, whether you are an expert, you will definitely learn something from them tomorrow. Uh, so many of them are product managers, people who want to know about AI, how to transition into tech, how to get paid, and accessing remote jobs. Can you share your screen, please? If you can, I'm unable to share mine. So, but
I'm
tomorrow
trying
it will be another amazing experience. It will be a wonderful experience tomorrow, and I am very very sure you go home. You go home with a lot, with a lot of knowledge. If you can, please share your screen.
Yeah, let me share my screen.
Okay, someone said, please, can I speak? Malachi, are you still available? If you can
Yes,
speak now before
I'll
the
add him
screen
now.
comes up. Okay, he wants to speak. If he can speak now before the screen comes up.
Okay. Can I go on?
Yes, you can, Malachi.
All right. Thank you so much. And it's been a very wonderful conference, and I've learned a lot. Although still yet to choose a career. So I just want to throw this question out to all the guest speakers, and everyone out there. I want to know someone that is yet to choose a career path in tech. Which career path do you think is in high demand, and then someone can get an easy grasp of, and at the end of the day, will get the rewards of the effort and the workload. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, right answer. I can hear you.
Okay, yes, I'm done with the question. Did you hear me, or should I repeat myself?
Yes, I think I heard you, and when you talked about what tech and someone gets in, isn't it?
Okay, I'm asking, which career path do you think someone that is new into this tech space, which career path do you suggest someone to delve into? I'm asking all the guests there. Just an opinion to know, someone that is just new to the game. So, which career path do you suggest that the person can go into?
Okay,
That is in high demand. That is in high demand.
so personally speaking, I'm a data analyst. I will be a little bit biased about responding. And if you see that Anne would probably also be a little bit biased about being a developer, the same thing with Oloa say, the same thing with Julia, who spoke earlier today, and even tomorrow you'll be meeting a list of other different people. But what I'm going to tell you is instead of waiting for us to give you a quick response, which would be bias driven, I would encourage you to strongly make your personal research. Most of the tech skills that we've talked about today are skills that people who are even very new can actually go in. At the moment, I am particularly interested in I'm particularly interested in software engineering because I want to start building my own products. Okay, not really because I want to start working as a software engineer, but using my skill as a data analyst is going to be very easy for me to navigate into that field, right? So the same thing with someone who is building websites, the same thing with a graphic designer, the same thing with Microsoft Azure or architect, the same thing with a Power BI developer. So you must find out what are your strengths. What are your strengths? And these strengths that you have, how can you leverage them to become better at something? For instance, someone could be very good with designs. We have people who are very good with designs. They could use Canva and make incredible designs. So instead of going to struggle with Python programming, why not just navigate into product design, UI, UX design, okay? Where you can begin to design front end interface for companies. And it's even easier to get into the tech sector using the entry level through UI UX design, and then as a data analyst, if you are very good with numbers, with analyzing things, with research, then you can get in. In fact, data analysis is also very easy because you can break each of the skills you have learned in class into different sectors. For instance, somebody who is very good with Microsoft Excel may decide, you know what, I just want to build my tent here. And then you end up becoming a data entry specialist just using Microsoft Excel. Now Microsoft has introduced AI plugins into Excel, so you can even learn how to use artificial intelligence in Microsoft Excel. You see, then you can move on to become a Tableau developer. Tableau is a visualization software. You can focus on just Tableau and focus on companies that need Tableau developers. You move on to become a SQL Server expert or professional. You see, all of these skills, and then a Power BI developer, and then a Python developer, a Python programmer. All of these skills are skills that you can choose one of them, build your life on them. You see, and when you do that, you begin to target those who need those skills of yours. So I can go ahead to talk about a tons of tech skills available out there. All you need to do is ask yourself, how can I, what am I good at the moment? And how can I look for a skill that can maximize what I am already doing, what I am good at already? Maybe you have a job and you discover there's a loophole in your office or in your workspace. They need someone who is good with analyzing data. And you see how much these guys are earning, or you love how they work. You can have a chat with them. So it's not about us feeding you an information because we don't know who you are, we don't know what your career path is like, and so we can't make that specific choice for you. So it's something you need to sit down and make that one decision for yourself. What am I good at? How can you make the research? How can you leverage what you're good at? Or what do you intend to be good at? I don't know if I've responded to maybe a little bit of your question.
Yes, you've done justice. Thank you so much.
All right. So thank you so much, moderator. Okay, I wanted to share my screen so that you can talk about the event tomorrow.
Okay. I can't see it yet.
It's coming up in a moment.
Okay.
See? Can you see it now?
Yes, I can. Okay. Hope we can all see the screen. You can see the screen, right?
Yes.
Okay. So tomorrow we have five more amazing speakers. Same time, just as today we started. Although we finished a little bit later than expected, but all the same, the most important thing is that we are leaving today with much more knowledge than we had before we started, and that is, I believe, the most important thing. So tomorrow we have five more amazing speakers. Mr. Mrs. Oluchi Agudosi, a product manager, and she specifically deals in how to get a remote tech education, getting tech jobs remotely. Basically, that is what we are going to talk about tomorrow, and also Cyprian Nwa why Rima? I don't know how to pronounce the names correctly, but tomorrow he will be handling future proofing, future proofing remote work, AI, and the changing landscape of tech jobs, just like we can see on the screen. That is what he will be handling tomorrow. And the next speaker will be Janet Okike. She'll be talking about crafting a winning tech resume, which is important. We talk about tech this, tech that. Without a portfolio and a resume, it may be difficult for you to land those jobs that you need. So tomorrow she'll be taking us through to on the best way, the professional way to craft this resume and our CVs to land the jobs that we need. So that is what Janet Okike will be talking about tomorrow. And then the next speaker will be Adeife Adeoye. Yes, I also hope I get the name correctly. She'll be talking about getting remote jobs as well and crafting a perfect portfolio. That is the portfolio you have to submit to companies, and then they'll look through these portfolios and say, yes, this particular guy, this particular girl is the right fit for this particular job. So she will be doing justice to these topics tomorrow. And the last one will be, not the least as well, Oluchi Ajebu. Yes, another exceptional and fantastic teacher should be taking us through accessing remote work training with the Hell Techies. And you may not know, but the Hell Techies is the organization hosting today's conference. They are a consulting, a research, marketing, and data driven management company that helps to develop brand voice and strategies. So I believe tomorrow will be impactful, educative, just like today. If you think you enjoyed today's class, imagine the mind-blowing experience you will have tomorrow. So I thank each and every single one of you. Thank you for your contributions. I thank you for being here on time. I thank you for the questions you asked. I thank you for interacting. I thank you for engaging with the audience, with the guests, and every other thing that happened today. Uh, I do not know if there will be something else Mr. David would like to say or any other guest speaker.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Not at all.
So, bye,
Uh,
guys. See you tomorrow. Please be on time because we don't want to keep our guests waiting tomorrow. Please, 3 p.m. WAT, we are going to come live. If you come up early, good for you so that you will not miss the first speaker. Very, very important, the
yes, yes, yes.
participation in this conference is totally free, but I hope you know that we have to say a financial thank you to some of our guest speakers. So show up by encouraging us. Share the links for this program on your WhatsApp, on your social media. It's not going to take a thing, and then let's make people to be aware of this. We spend close to 4 hours. We hope to be making 3 hours tomorrow, and hopefully we can communicate the time better with our guests. So bye, guys. See you tomorrow.
Okay, bye bye, guys. Thank you so much for participating.
Hi everyone, and welcome to the very first Virtual African Tech Conference hosted by Bahel Consultants and Techies. Our theme for this year is getting jobs in the tech space. We are going to explore in this conference the world of technology and its numerous career opportunities. I know that you are going to mark your calendar for this event, which is going to begin on the 26th and the 27th to the 27th of August 2023. We're going to have these 2 days of insightful discussions and networking. We're going to have industry experts and thought leaders who will share invaluable insights to help you navigate the tech job landscape. So get ready to be inspired. We are thrilled to announce our keynote speakers, as you can see on the screen. A trailblazer, all of them are in the tech industry. They will kickstart our event with an engaging talk on the tech job market. From interactive sections on becoming a digital nomad, to Microsoft Azure in AI, to panel discussions on remote work and career transitions, our agenda for the 2 days African Tech Conference is packed with these sessions designed to equip you with the skills and knowledge needed to excel in the tech sector. Don't say no to this opportunity. This is an opportunity for you to connect with fellow tech enthusiasts and industry professionals through our virtual networking sections, which we are going to have during the event. It is an opportunity for you to exchange ideas, collaborate on projects, and expand your professional circle. I know that you are ready to join us. And if you haven't registered yet, please do so on our website or reach out to us on social media and we are going to respond to you. We want to keep in touch with you even after the virtual conference is over. Why? Because we want to make sure that we have created some impact in your life in and during the conference. Please do not miss this opportunity to create change by supercharging your career. We are ready to embark on this exciting journey with you, and we hope and extend our gratitude to you, our sponsors, our partners, our team members for making this event possible. We look forward to your active collaboration and partnership and questions and engagement on this platform and even after the conference. We want you to be able to dive into the world of tech and get out and get unlimited tech opportunities. So, see you soon and enjoy the conference. Bye.
Your liver is not going to be as